What's up, guys? Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is day number 3, the last day of the finals. It has finally arrived, right? We are going to be seeing what the teams are going to be bringing in for this final opportunity, that final push to lock in the top 10 to, of course, move through into the MEA Championship. But also, it is still going to be a fight for their share of that prize pool. So it's going to be a pretty big day, right? Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to everyone. Good to have all of you here. But as we know, we've seen these teams just grinding their way through the 78 games that we had in league, working their way through all these different phases, fighting week after week after week to make it here into the finals. And now, after 12 games have already passed, we are moving into the final 6 to see who will be those 10 teams to represent the Arabia region moving to the next part. And that, of course, is going to be straight into the championship. So it's going to be a pretty big day. And of course, we are super excited to be here as we get to see a lot of amazing PUBG action making it out onto that battlefield yet again. So as we saw rather, coming through from the league into the finals, right? All the statistics, all the performances that we had happening in the league stage is kind of null and void moving into the finals, right? Aside maybe if you look at what NIGMA was doing yesterday. In the last match, they stepped up, they brought through a phenomenal performance, securing themselves a glorious victory, that winner chicken dinner, and doing so with 17 eliminations up. Now there was a few questions coming through in the chat yesterday as to whether or not that could be the start of the insane push we could potentially be seeing come through from NIGMA Galaxy here today. So, well, there's going to be one way to find out exactly what they have in store for us. I low-key think that might be the case, right? That might be the situation. But we're going to have to see what they're going to be bringing in. And, I mean, if that is the case, they are just going to crack this game wide open from the get-go, from the very first match of the day. Now, we see a few people in the chat. So welcome to everyone. Of course, Yasir coming through there with a hello, how's it going? For now, no prediction, anything can happen. Yes. I mean, I think even if you look at the performances that we had on the first 2 days, compare that with what could be happening right here today. Again, I don't think we are going to be able to really make any kind of conclusion formed on what we've seen so far, right? Because as I said, right, the blades rather changed from league into finals, and now going from day 1 and 2 all the way to day 3, we're going to be seeing completely different strats now coming out. And this is going to be the opportunity for teams to really let loose, right? To utilize all the strategies, all the opportunities, the angles, the blades, anything they can think of. This would be the game, right? This would be the day to let it out. So curious to see exactly how that is going to pan out. But of course, as we know, as is tradition by this point, we are going to be taking a look at a few of the breakdowns, a few comparisons between the teams as we make our way across. And as we, of course, then get closer and closer to our very first match of the day. The first match of the day, of course, is going to be on Miramar, but we all should know that by now, right? But we've got a few interesting things happening. What's up, Sass? Welcome to the chat. So we've had a phenomenal viewership coming in, especially on the finals over the past 2 days. And the last time I checked, we are 15 subs away from hitting 7K in total. Right, so if you haven't yet hit the sub button, please. Right, let's see if we can hit 7K before the day runs out. In the meanwhile, we are going to be hopping straight on into our first little bit of analysis here. It is going to be the overall performance we can see coming through from the side there of GEEKAY, sitting with nearly 1,400 damage on average, with only taking about, receiving, I would assume that is 405 damage. A really strong figure when it comes to those eliminations, sitting on an average of 5.58, right? Nearly 5.6. Also very close to 6. So you can just as well round that one up. But great consistency that we've seen come through here from GEEKAY. I mean, also looking at that, the double winner chicken dinners they got just yesterday. That was absolutely amazing. And the other team that did that was NASR on the first day, right? So I'm curious to see if we're going to have a team potentially locking in 2 winner chicken dinners for today itself, right? I mean, what could happen? Hey, we got Umar coming in the chat there as well. Marcus saying, hey, the man of the hour. Yes, Marcus. Well, it's not me. If you're talking about the teams, yes, 100%. The teams of the hour. That's what we're going to be looking at here. But Moise, those points that you're talking about, you know, like 137 points in 6 games. That is pretty intense to see that happen, especially in the Asia lobby from IHC. I mean, I think that could have been such an insane game to watch. or rather insane broadcast to watch, right? Because it was more than just a game, it was 6 of them. Right, so we've got Morgan coming through saying at NASR, but you want Enigma Galaxy to come in second. That is going to be your prediction as to who you think is going to be taking the prize here. Right, so one thing that we're going to be seeing today is as the teams move up through the rankings, right, as those shifts occur, those shifts are going to be worth money, right? Because as we know, there is a prize pool breakdown as well. So as we see these changes coming through, of course, try and keep you up to date with that so you can understand how much of the impact all these players make, right? So not only are they playing for their position in their top 10, they're also playing for that share of prize pool, and it is quite steep. As you know, the teams that didn't exactly make it into the finals, they got awarded $2,450, right? The teams participating in the finals, they add an additional minimum of $1,000 to that pool. So there's already so much coming through. And of course, looking here then at the side of NIGMA, we can compare their performance with that of which we've seen come through from the side of Quest. And if you remember yesterday, Quest, they ended up at the top of the log after those 6 matches. So it's no surprise really to see the players here from Quest sitting in the position where they find themselves right now. We got Ellen saying we got 4 likes and 22 viewers. Ellen, are you up to date? Did you hit the fast forward button? Because I can see 9 likes on my side. Yeah. 137 points. No way. No team can do that in one day in finals. I mean, that is I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. I mean, we've seen it happen in PMPLs. I saw a team come really close to that, but I've not seen 137 points in one single day. I mean, that must mean they took the winner chicken dinner on every single match. Right? I think that's probably what happened. Quilla, yes, this is the last day, the final day. The top 10 will be decided right here today in the upcoming 6 matches. It's all boiled down to this. Teams have already played, as I mentioned, the 78 games coming through from the league stage. They've played 12 matches already so far. That puts them on a grand total of 90 games that they've played to this point, right? So when today's done, 96 games later, and we will know who's going to be moving on to the next phase, but also how much of that prize pool distribution the teams are going to be awarded as well. So there's quite a lot coming through here today. It's going to be a very highly pressured day, right? Some pretty high stakes coming through as we've got slots up for grabs. We've got increased prize money up for grabs. There's so much that is going to be up for grabs here. So the team's definitely going to be playing for quite a bit. Of course, as we know, the team secured up into pole position. They are going to be walking away with a glorious spread of that prize pool. But in the meanwhile, let's take a look at more breakdowns here now between RTG and the side there of NASR. So RTG, NASR, relatively close with regards to points on the board. I mean, not necessarily side by side, but they are still relatively close together. Looking at the performances that they brought in yesterday, I mean, RTG and NASR, there's only a 3-point difference in the place that they had. So I want to see how that is going to translate and whether or not we could see that continued push potentially coming through from the side of from NASR. Hey, we got F5. Shifu in the chat as well. Is Twisted Mind already qualified for PMWI? Yes. And that is all thanks to the E-League that they played. Right, so as we know, there were a few qualificational plays. Well, not that that makes a lot of English sense, but we'll take it for what it is, right? But yeah, there has been some qualifications that have been locked in. Twisted Minds, they secured their position through the Saudi E-League. But still, you want to see them perform, and of course, you know, walking away with higher price pool, higher, you know, bigger cash in the bank. It's definitely going to feel absolutely amazing, and also they'll have bragging rights. Some phenomenal plays coming through here from the side of RTG and NASR, as we've seen across the past few days. Of course, as we know, also moving into the PMWI, right? We already have 6 teams that have qualified, and then the other teams all gonna have to move through into those all-stars, right? Aside from the teams that are gonna be qualifying through from the respective championships, right? So after this, the next stop is gonna be over in towards the MEA Championship to see who out of the Africa and Arabia region are gonna be the team to move forward into that PMWI and get themselves that invite. So there's going to be a lot up for stakes, a lot up for grabs, some pretty high stakes, right? But I mean, if you want to grab some stakes, might as well. You can always just hit them on the flames, you know, just get a nice bit of grill going there as well. Let's see. If NIGMA pull this off, I'll be speechless, but also super happy. Teams definitely coming through to bring upsets to all teams. Yeah, I think that is going to be quite a big play here today. Of course, as we can see, this could especially come through from the teams we have currently featured on the screen. RTG, NASR, GEEKAY, as well as Quest. Alhaji definitely coming through again with the highest average eliminations, still maintaining that 2.83. We saw that come through yesterday, and they carry it over into today as well. So that just proves the consistency that we've seen there from the side of Alhaji. Gaith is, however, going to be sitting with the most eliminations to their name. And I think this also just speaks as to that kind of turnaround play that we saw coming through. You know, all the teams really trying to bring in as much of an upset as they could potentially even muster out on the battlefield. But I'm just happy that I'm not playing in this competition, you know, especially not on this last day, because I think the mental power required to maintain your focus, especially at this point, right? The mental fortitude, I think it's something completely insane, right? It has to be so tough. Hey, we got Klaus joining us in the chat as well. Welcome to the channel. So, yeah, let's see, right? We are inching our way closer and closer, about to see what is going to come through with regards to that map. Of course, how the flight path is going to work out, how the teams are going to be moving through. But I think our cue for that will be once we take a look at this, which is, of course, then our overall standings coming into today. 161 points is going to be the position to catch up in pole slot there. But, of course, I mean, this looks good. This looks great. But we are going to be focusing on that top 10. So we want to see what that situation is round about the 10th position, right? How much of a contention is going to be coming through on that end. And I can tell you it is going to be a pretty close one. As you can see, 8th place closed up on 116 points, right? Currently held there by the side of RTG, Road to Glory. But as we move on to the next, that is where it becomes really tough. As we'll see pretty soon. But of course, you also got to give it up to Crash Gaming, right? Sat up in 6th place, not a single chicken dinner to their name, but still rubbing shoulders against all these other teams. But this is where the question comes through. As you can see, 13th, from 13th place all the way up to 9th, even the 8th place, right? There's definitely not a lot really currently separating these teams. I mean, 8th place, as we saw, was 116 points. If we look at 12th place, it is on 96, so only 20-point difference. So Twisted, IKURD, Vision, they all have a great opportunity to still catch that top 10 place and potentially even dethrone the players then coming through from the side there of GQ, as well as the Slime Machine. I mean, RTG also just going to be hoping and praying that they are able to secure enough of a performance here today to try and solidify that position. I mean, it's also not outside the realm of possibility for the GANGSTERS, Falcons, or even the KSA Legends to do exactly the same. But I can tell you it's going to take so much harder work for that to be the case. And of course, as we take a look at it right here, this is our prize pool breakdown. The finals, that pole position is worth an additional $10,000 on top of the $2,450 that they've already been able to secure. And as we can see, that 13th to 16th place only worth $1,000. So definitely not the place where you want to be. But as we can see, there is also then a prize pool for our MVP, as well as a prize pool going for our winner chicken dinners, right? So the team that we've seen with the most winner chicken dinners, I don't know if that is inclusive of the league stage as well, but Brute Force, they have already established themselves on 10 winner chicken dinners. So if that's the case, I think it could potentially be heading right into the clutches there of the Broody Fruities, Brute Force, as they've brought in an absolutely phenomenal performance. Hey, we got C in the chat as well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We haven't seen you in a while. We got Saturo here as well. We got Daniel. Who else do we have? Hey, we got Aziz. Aziz also joining us on through. Welcome back. But yeah, excited to see what is going to come in here, as we are just a few mere moments away from having it all revealed, right? Taking a look at the leaderboard, that means that we are going to be heading over onto the plane very, very soon, as we are going to be taking a look at that map, the map rotation as well. As you should know by now, it is going to be Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, and then of course we close it up with another dose of Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, as we can see it right here. Hey, we got 333 coming on in. Kenty here as well. Hey, I love how everyone is just trickling in. If you're joining us on the broadcast and you haven't said hi in the chat, I'm curious to find out who do you think, or rather who you are supporting, right? Firstly, tell me that, and then we'll get into the predictions as soon as we make our way towards that plane. But while we wait for the plane, you could also tell me what you think the zone and the flight path is going to be doing moving into our very first Miramar and our second to last Miramar in this entire PMPL, right? It's all come to this, the final day, the final 6 matches, and we are going to be playing 2 of each to have it all been decided. So you want to give your predictions in, let me know. I want to know flight path, I want to know zone, and potentially even if you want to tell me who do you think is going to be the first team to fall. Right, we've seen a few different contenders come through across the previous 2 days of gameplay. So it is going to be quite exciting to see how that is going to fare here then today. Of course, as we know, yesterday the first team that got taken out was the side there of Brute Force. And of course, if we look back to the first day of the finals, it was a completely different situation in which we saw the players then from Team Falcons being the first one to fall, right? So many upsets coming in across the board. So if you want to give those predictions, I'm looking forward to hearing exactly who you think could be those teams. And of course, well, yeah. Don't forget about the flight path as well as that zone. Personally, I want to see a flight path. I don't think it really matters where the flight path goes, in my opinion. I mean, especially not today. The teams being quite capable of dealing with whatever pressure the zone throws at them. But I think more importantly, what I want to see with regards to that zone is going to be a zone maybe either situated up in towards the northeastern side, or maybe even down to the southwestern side, right? So in the two opposite. There we go. It makes sense this way, right? I want to see them like that on the map. One of those two positions to come through. So yeah, that's what I'm going to be hoping for. If you agree, let me know. If you disagree, let me know. Either which way. Curious to hear what you guys' thoughts are. Let's see. Triple three coming through. Well, as we head into the plane, saying that they want to first flight path to see it from Yas to Primorsk. All right. I mean that would work, I guess, if we were on Erangel. But as we know, the first match of the day, we are going to be stepping into Miramar. So, yeah, I'd be surprised if we land all the way in Yasnaya from the lovely Miramar. Oh, thank you so much, Ellen. Appreciate you. Thank you for the compliment. I chose it all myself. Can you believe it? Right? If you don't, well, you better, because that's exactly how it happens. If it looks horrible, it was me. If it looks great, well, it was also me. And that's just the way I roll. Let's see what else we got in the chat. We got Tomo joining us in here as well, saying NIGMA comeback is cooking. All right, so that is one prediction. Yasir saying we want you to cast MEA as well. Well, I don't really know where to say at this point. Because I can't say much just yet. But yeah, either which way, it is what it is. Sharing is caring. Hand it over. Ooh. Yeah, of course, I was speaking about handing it over. We've taken a look now at the zone here. Hey, we got Spec in the chat as well. Of course, that flight path starting on the west, heading to the east, a slight northeastern angle. But I don't think it is going to be too much of a deterrence here for the teams. Of course, now just waiting to see what that zone is going to bring on through. Ooh, Los Leones. I mean, you know, this is going to be a lovely one. Let's see. Water treatment, unfortunately, Umar, is not going to be within reach. But that whole southeastern side is going to be within within play here. Of course, I'm now looking to see whether it's going to happen to Puerto and whether or not they'll be receiving a little bit of love down there. NIGMA, though, hard dropping on the Broody Fruities. Brute Force up in El Paso. So that can be quite a bit of an exciting opportunity to come through. As he's saying, zone is a joke. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's that. I mean, because this is the finals, right? The teams, they gotta work, they gotta grind, they gotta earn those points. And with a zone like this is exactly what they need to do. But yeah, Mac, thank you so much for the compliment. I appreciate you as well. Let's see who else do we have. Hey, we got Azar coming through. We got Sajat saying, today, NIGMA Galaxy will come back on top. Of course, you want to see the updated scores is going to be at the top of the screen. NIGMA holding on to 4th place. NIGMA left their spot and got detached and got ditched by the zone. Yeah, we've seen them actually move down towards Puerto a few times, right? Also holding just to that southern edge of Los Leones. And of course, now speaking about ditching, we do see the players there from, I believe that was Vision. We just had also then ditching their vehicle. Hey, we got Max joining us in the chat as well. What's up, what's up, what's up? And it's saying, so Rolkers didn't have much belief in the men in play. Hey. Yeah. Right, so if you guys want to give your predictions, right, we already have the zone. So there's a really high chance that we are going to be looking at a Los Leones finish. Either that or very close to it. Personally, I would like to see something in between maybe Los Leones and Puerto. I think that could be a nice little bit of an addition coming through on that one as well. But let's keep an eye on it and see how it goes. Hey, we got Freud the Freaks also joining us in the chat. Brokers is not skilled enough at yeah, you guys coming through with your discussions. In the meanwhile, the teams are going to be discussing how they are rotating through towards this next potential play. I mean, we haven't seen anything come through between Brute Force and NIGMA. Well, at least not for the time being. Both teams essentially just respecting the space there. Thank you, Marcus. Appreciate you. Can we get a dub in the chat for Max Mad? Hey, we got Zion joining us as well. Yeah, got all the drops of the currently qualified teams. Yeah, Max, let me hit me up. Hey, Sharina, welcome. Good to have you here. Thanks for checking in. And of course, if you guys haven't hit that sub button, we are closing in on 7K. We currently, according to from what I can see, we are 11 subs away. So if you've not yet hit that sub button, let's get it done so we can hit 7K and then, well, you know, 7K DK, it just works out, right? It rhymes. It just sounds so nice. So we might as well go for it. Oh, but let's see, as the teams continue to move through, it's going to be Twisted now, just rotating towards the western edge. Pulling up alongside Minas del Valle. Bonsoir, Omega, ça va? Omega, you can speak French with Maxman. Because Maxman actually is French, and he can speak it. I can speak very basic French. Je parle en très peu français. Hold up, before Maxman hits the decks, how much you bench, bro? Only gym rats allowed to go cast with DK. Sure, sweet. There we go. Jahad joining us in the chat as well. I mean, so currently we're just having a big old chat here as we are waiting for the action. The teams definitely building up the suspense at this point. Yeah, Max, Saturo asked you, how much do you bench, right? How much do you bench? You gotta give a decent amount with video evidence. Not really, not really, I guess. But here we go. I like that we are seeing a massive convergence of teams now heading down in towards that southern edge of Los Leones, right up towards those hills. We've got that refinery also just towards the edge there. So it's going to be a pretty sweaty play to come through. But your leg press 70 to 80. You work your legs more to lose weight faster. Alright. Alright. Well, I'm not gonna say what I do then. I'm not gonna tell you what what weight I put on because sure. It's not relevant at this point. Let's see. Alright, Omega predicting that GQ are gonna be taking the winner with a chicken dinner on the first one. Alright. Spec coming through saying, NASR, let's get this! Yeah, but Saturo, like, if you take that and you times it by 3, then you're almost at the weight that I use. So I'm not quite sure if that counts. You know, it needs to be triple digits. It needs to be triple digits at least. Alright, but then meanwhile, still waiting for all the rotations to come through. I like the fact that, we have a bit of a spray now. J7 finding Batika. That is our first blood. Our first player getting taken down at the expense of the KSA Legends. So let's see how the KSA Legends are going to look to contest this play. I mean, both teams, as you can see on that map, both secured within the zone. They don't really have to worry all that much. GEEKAY, though, are going to attempt a bit of a sneaky rotation here. Maybe opting for a little bit more of a northern spread. Yes, Simp, this is indeed the most fakestest Maxman 30 in the chat. Yes, it is Maxman. Alright, so IKURD, ooh, they do find a NAS, so that is triple now. Well, down to a triplet, right? They're going to have to try and find a bit of an approach to get themselves secured back into this next rotation. They still have an opportunity down towards that southwestern side. As you can see, a great bit of an opening now being developed, or occurring over there, rather. But they could also then just as well rotate over towards the southeastern side, right? So different options, different potential angles to play for. Just want to curse NASR just for one game so other teams can make the ending interesting. Yeah, I mean that could be a setup, right? That could definitely be a kind of setup to come through. But aside from Twisted Minds rotating up from that that southern edge, we also see Brute Force yet to make that play. So there could be a bit of an opportunity maybe for Brute Force to come in with a bit of a surprise angle. NIGMA though, all the way up north. Ooh, you gotta be watchful. GANGSTERS also one of those teams that have really been packing a bit of a punch. I mean, you know, they really performed quite well when it came to the league stage. Securing themselves a grand total of 213 eliminations. So far in the finals, they've been having a pretty tough run, but they could definitely look to get a lot more aggressive here. And speaking about aggression, there's going to be the Falcons now, dealing quite a bit of a hand into the side here of NIGMA. Seems like all the teams are just focusing down on them, and with that, they are down to only one. There's going to be Coops now, just bringing Freak back on their feet. So NIGMA really in a pressure situation. They got to keep cool, keep their eyes on the prize. But of course, they are no strangers to the pressure, to this level of gameplay. Yeah, I mean, so Triple Three, you were talking about that mid-table teams. We just saw them on the screen there for a very brief moment. So I think mid-table, we could definitely look at the teams coming through from like 8th place, potentially down to 12th, right? Maybe even from 6th place down to that 12th position. somewhere within that area, because it's still a very, very close play. Only 30 points currently separating those teams. So there's a great opportunity for some major upsets to come through on that end, of course, as we know, right? 11th, 12th place still in contention, trying to close up towards the top 10. So the heat is definitely going to be on. Hey, we got Cloud joining us in the chat as well. Come on, Freak. Come on, Copes. What you gonna do? You're just gonna let them do it to you like that? Right, but the heat is on. The pressure is there. Freaks. It's been brought to their knees. Coops now attempting a potential res there. This is such a difficult play to make, especially now that we've got Quest just lurking. Trying to see if they can find that opportunity. Dado moves in, does find the finish onto Lathan. This is now a very confident position being held by the side of Quest. I mean, they've got NIGMA on the one side, Falcons and Vision on the other. So this could be a voluntary sandwich that they place themselves in. Not quite sure if that has been intentional. Let's see how it goes nonetheless. NIGMA's still going to be holding on with Coops. Interesting how this is all now played out. Still, of course, all 16 teams up. What do you think? Oh. Alright, so Alhaji. Let's see if they can find the placement of that nade. Is going to come close to Saif. Oh, just slight overshoot. Alhaji not going to back down. Keeping that angle pretty tight as Kante now starts to move on through. Quest very eager to try and kind of maintain that pole position as they do secure the knock on Saif. That is one down and a few more to go. Two players from Vision still remain. That is going to be Volt and Mon. You see they're not just holding up in the hard cover. Kante, you need to be super careful as to how you play this one. This is a great opportunity coming through from Quest. I mean, they've got a nice bit of elevation here. Good access to those pathways leading to their position. But now I think the question comes through as to whether or not they are going to be looking to kind of maintain this position. Are they going to be looking to maybe, you know, try and find a bit of a better angle potentially to move in towards? We can see that hilltop just over to that southwestern side of their current positioning. So that could be potentially a bit of an option, right? Moving into the edge here of Los Leones. And as we've seen many times before, especially these hills on the eastern side of Los Leones, such a dominating and demanding angle to hold, especially on the teams situated within the city itself. Right, so Twisted now. Well, I was about to say they were opting for a little bit of a safer play, but that is not exactly the case here. As you can see, Dummy just tapping away, trying to suppress a bit of a push coming through there from the side of Brute Force. Meanwhile, if you look over on towards the western side, it's going to be GEEKAY now going about their business. Crypto does get the hit in, so that is the first one down for Brute Force. No confirmation just yet. Zakaria getting caught out in the open. Beautiful angle. Come on, Crypto. Are they going to be able to follow through? As you can see, Neo is now trying to rush on forward. But you got to watch out for Neos. Just sit now, trying to keep it nice, cool, calm, and collected. I'm going to be looking for any major upsets at this point. Vision also still trying to kind of just grant themselves a bit of a passage to use once that zone starts to shift up yet again. R8 though, going Gonna come in with a bit of an angle towards the Falcons here. Gonna try and keep them at bay. Ragnarok. Oh, lets the nade loose, but they receive one in exchange. Oh, such a tough position. I mean, it's not exactly the easiest one for R8 or even the Falcons to really play through. But you gotta watch out, right? The sliders off angle, that could be exactly what is needed to take it down. As Powerful now experiences that first-hand vault, securing the spray. You can see Never Alone super low on health. At least they are able to get that patched. R8 now trying to figure out whether they should move or maybe just keep the pressure for a little while longer. I mean, Vision could definitely play quite a bit of an upset at this point. Definitely could bring in a bit of that, you know, be a bit of a thorn in the side for both the Falcons there and R8. You can see all the teams essentially now being situated within the zone. We are going to be waiting for that next shift to come through. I like that setup though, coming through there from the side of Slime Machine. That could be a chicken dinner in the making, right? Of course, depending on where the zone is going to be moving next. Right, so the zone does move a little bit further towards the northeastern side. So it does seem like Quest getting a good read on what the zone could potentially be bringing on through. Ooh, but it's still going to be a very, very contentious play to get any angle secured or potentially even solidified at this point. Rove now have the opportunity, Rove, R8 rather. They have the opportunity to really focus their efforts on cleaning the edge of zone. I mean, but now with the addition of NASR pulling through as well, it is going to be Spec and Starch getting taken down. Oh, J7 sliding down the hill, and up comes the shots as RTG make the necessary connections. Oh, this is absolutely devastating now for the side of NASR. R8 also venturing a little bit too far over that hill. Gotta watch out for Ragnar and Ragnarok. Love this consistency, this determination coming through here from Ragnar. But of course, now that they're making so much noise, they still have to be quite wary of the position there of RTG. But now, speaking about being wary, right? Vision, Falcons, they have to push up into zone. Still Quest going to be holding up that gatekeep opportunity. R8 slowly disengaging, as we did see a little bit of pressure being applied on towards them as well. But here we go, Vision. So looking to gain that ground. Trying to smoke it up. Come on, Falcons. Where are you going to go with this one? Never Alone just in the opposite end. Oh, but Mon, they've been spotted. That is going to be the side of GQ. Just drawing closer and closer. Slime Machine, meanwhile, down south. Now in a spot of bother. As you can see, it is going to be Crash and Brute Force pushing in on their angle here. Let's see the plays. Who's going to take this one? Where's it going to go? We'll be finding that last little bit of a push, that last bit of an opportunity. Falcons now, I mean, they've been able to get 2 players up. But will the rest of the team be able to follow suit? Right, Quest. Still very eager for those points. I mean, and I can understand this play for coming through from Quest, right? They want to hold on to pole position. They don't want to relinquish control. Just want to bring in the maintenance. I mean, we did see them coming into today already leading with 2 points. But 2 points, it's not that much. Team hot on their heels, of course, is going to be the side there of GEEKAY. The contention will remain here. Falcons Quest now, trying relentlessly, to settle the dispute. It's going to be Powerful found. And down they go. Quest now, they've increased that 2-point lead. A slight margin, but up comes the push. Yusuf comes rushing on in. And down they go. Falcons getting backed up. Our first team shipped away. Things are still looking pretty tough here. Up in the north. AZ. Trying to rotate back to the rest of the squad. Of course, now Quest trying to capitalize, but it's going to be Volt with a very quick response. Keeping their head on a swivel. Finding Al-Hajj. Right now, Quest having the tables slightly turned on them. I mean, they were looking pretty good, right? The initial approach coming through here. But now, it still is going to be quite a bit of an uphill battle, as they're going to be looking for that contention. Meanwhile, it's going to be NIGMA to settle for 15th place, as Coops has been found. And off they go. RTG doing their thing. Now, GEEKAY still looking for a bit of an opportunity. Trying to find a potential rotation to take here. There's going to be Santa Ragnar holding on the front line. Oh, but they are going to be looking to apply the pressure to the side of Twisted Minds. Dami, Rolkers, and Crypto. Oh, Dami just out of reach. Yeah, Umar, usually we do see the teams taking a little bit more of a passive approach here, but I mean, this is Arabia, right? There's no time for passive play. It's just going to be pressure, pressure, and pressure. But not Twisted. This could be a bit of an opportunity, maybe, to bounce back. GEEKAY, though, going to keep it on pretty tight, as we do see Crypto getting taken down. Santa goes down as well. Fair trade on either side. Dami does find the next. It's going to be Hope. But Rolkers also getting exchanged in the altercation. Ragnar Gates still holding steady, and this is going to be a lot of pressure coming onto the shoulders here of Dami. Oh, they know what's coming. They know what's coming. Ragnar. Unfortunately, not getting that nade inside, right? The door has been closed. Dami insists on keeping it closed. Because they know that once the opportunity is there, that nade is going to come flying on through. Oh, but Dami, though. Good defensive play. But it's not going to suffice, as Twisted Minds will have to settle for a 13th place finish in this match. Welcome to the chat, PJ. Right, so Zone getting ready to pop as well. Zone slightly divided now between the north and the south. And with this coming shift, kind of maintains that bit of carnage here. As Crash, look to push up on Brute Force. But it's going to be Neos just locking in with that UMP pre-pod. Now waiting for the inevitable. Waiting to see how this one is going to unfold. Oh, the opportunity is there. A quick little bit of S12K to the face. And that will pack them up and ship them out. Game 1 down to 11 teams. Slowly we can see the teams starting to converge down towards that zone. It's going to be a very challenging rotation. Especially coming from that southern position, right? Great bit of elevation held towards the north. And that could potentially be the deciding angle. Brute so good! Yes, the Broody Fruities. 100%. Now look at the gangsters. They're feeling that heat. It's going to be journaled down. Oh boy, now just quickly trying to hop in that vehicle. Ragnar just on the opposite end. Up comes the rush though, but they're not going to find it. It was UMP v UMP. Santa trying to slide down that chimney. Are they going to be able to find it though? Ooh, not quite just yet. Gangsters just hogging the wall. You can hear those DBSs just swinging on through. Now comes the jump shots. Will they be able to hold on to Hope? No! Waleed secures the play. Now it is going to be Gaith looking for the golden opportunity. But I think at this point, the best call would maybe be to just inch away a little bit closer. Back into the safety of the zone. Gaze now quickly trying to bash themselves up as the rest of the gangsters have been brought back to their feet. Blue zone is going to come ticketing on through. Great spray though here from Gaze. Waleed now looking to step on up. Boy right there alongside them. 1-for-1 the trade is. Waleed now. Oh, getting found. Gaze getting picked up by Groza. But what a phenomenal engagement that was. Oh, Ellen, thank you so much. Alright, so now R8 here to push through from this western front. Finding themselves situated right here alongside the RTG squad. Both teams now playing for a little bit of that high ground. The Gangsters and Sly still down on the southern edge. And this is where things could get quite devastating, quite a bit painful, as they have to try and rotate on through. And it's not going to be an easy task, especially now looking at the setup that we've got, right? The number of teams just trying to lock down that zone. Hey, we got Kuza coming in the chat as well. Welcome. Sophie's now just waiting patiently for that opportunity. The reason now having to come through rather on the side there of Crash. But Quest looking pretty confident. Close to the top of the hill. Ooh. GQ hinching their way a little bit further forward. Here comes the play now. Here comes the opportunity. Kevin has been found. It is down to Jafar and Evo Station. See if they can get that. Oh, Jafar rather than Kevin, as well as Walsh there for the Gangsters. Sophie's Evo Station still trying to pick it up. Gorka just hugging the edge. Oh, but they've been found, and this is where it's all going to go south. Evo Station, down they go. Jafar, though. Beautiful spray. That is now just down to the final 5 teams. Quest, still on a mission. They're not going to let anyone catch them. Not if they have anything to say about it. Oh, but the sprays are there. The sprays are in. Where will it go, though? Oh, KSA Legends are going to be taking 4th place. Oh, Quest, no! Da, flying! And down they go. Dropping onto their knees. But up comes the push. Be done. Trying to get it done, but down they go. Oh, well played by Crash, though. Sitting on 14 eliminations. The only team standing between them and that winner chicken dinner is going to be the Sunny of RTG. Galaga taking so much damage. Down they go. Groza trying to hold up. Oh, but not the best position to be in. So exposed, and Kevin just locks it in, and down they go. Winner chicken dinner. As Crash secure the victory, doing so with a glorious 16 eliminations. Color me impressed. That was a phenomenal play coming through from the side of Crash Gaming. Absolutely amazing performance. What a way to kick off the proceedings right here for day number 3, game number 1. Absolutely amazing stuff coming through on that end. You gotta love all the insane action that they are bringing out onto this battlefield. I mean, who would have known, right? Who would have guessed that that is what we are going to be witnessing comes through? Of course, we've had all these upsets as the teams have been trying relentlessly to get themselves secured into that zone. You got to love these challenging shifts that the teams are being dealt with. But of course, now looking back at what we had coming into the first day of the finals here. I mean, Crash, they secured themselves a 12th place finish with 1 elimination, right? Come day 3, game number 1. Well, it was a winner chicken dinner, walking away with 16 eliminations to add to that. Absolutely glorious play. But now comes the big question, right? Is how is that going to impact Crash's position coming through onto the leaderboard? As we know, stepping into today, they found themselves situated down in that 6th position. So will we see that jump? Will we see the contention potentially coming through? Of course, there is going to be only one way to find out. But aside from Crash, we need to see what the rest of the teams are doing, right? What the point situation looks like for them as well, and how this game has impacted the leaderboard, right? Because as I've mentioned before, it is going to be that race coming through for the top 10. So there's so much at stake here as the teams will continue to try and apply all the stats that they can find. But as we know, Chuck Norris being what it is, it's pretty tough, right? Of course, if you don't know who Chuck Norris is, it's the Blue Zone. Not the real Blue Zone, but that's what we call the Blue Zone here today. And of course, looking at those points, there's going to be Crash with a glorious 16 elims. A very strong effort coming through from the side there of Quest, right? As I mentioned, they are going to be looking to defend that pole position, securing themselves a very strong finish. But the good thing is that every single team, at least in this first match, has been able to secure themselves points on the board. And that is a glorious, glorious play. So even Team Falcons and Vision, as we can see, down on the bottom end of that board, walking away with points. The same can be said for Brute Force. So, 1 point is better than none. So well done to them. Of course, you can see at the top of the screen as well, we've got about 7 minutes left until we are going to be venturing into that next match. But let's take a look at a few of the amazing plays that we had coming through from this past match. So again, amazing replays. That is exactly how you want to kick off the first match. But as we know, we still have 5 more to come. So there's going to be a lot of opportunities to bring in those upsets, of course, especially looking at the heavy hand that Crash Gaming has been bringing through. As you can see, over 3,000 damage being dealt. That is a very exciting way to start the proceedings for the day. Of course, 16 eliminations alongside that. Quest, though, coming through with a very balanced performance. I mean, Crash was a little stronger conversion rate there, but still, Quest, 1,800 damage, 9 eliminations that they've been able to milk out of that. Unfortunately, Twist, though, only 1,400 damage and 2 eliminations being secured. So you can see it has been a pretty tough run, but that is kind of what we were expecting to see. It is finals after all. So no one is going to have it easy. That is exactly what we're expecting as the teams will look to bring through as much as they can. But of course, now looking at the play coming through here from Crash, it has been a phenomenal push, a great opportunity as they've really been trying to get everything secured across the board. Jafar, though, with phenomenal play, over 1,200 damage, picking up those 7 eliminations, but also, well, coming through with 6 assists, I believe that is, right? So a good play, and only taking 234 damage. So absolutely amazing. Hey, Shamu. Yeah, I mean, how can you forget? How can you it's been 18 days, dude. 18 days! But yeah, good to have you here. Good to have you here. Of course, looking at that comparison now between Quest and Crash, you can see Crash definitely sitting with a vastly different play. I mean, almost double that of Quest, right? Not only with regards to eliminations, but also with regards to the amount of damage there. So Crash definitely coming in exceptionally strong in this very first match. But now comes the big question. are they going to be able to maintain that moving through into the remaining games? I think that is going to be the more challenging question to have answered here, because I mean, great start, but now it comes down to whether or not they can maintain that all the way through. Of course, NIGMA, I mean, they closed off the day yesterday with an absolutely insane play. Coming into the first match, only picking up those 2 points. Definitely not the kind of performance that we were expecting to see come through from the side of NIGMA. But Quest, though, still trying their utmost to secure a decent positioning comes through on the board. This, of course, now is going to be a look at our, well, I guess this is going to be the general performances for the teams, what we've seen so far. I mean, this is definitely not the Sanhok stats, so this might just be based on the amount of aggression that we've been seeing come through in the finals itself. I guess that's what it is, right? Please remember my Arabic is not exactly on point. If it was, I would probably be casting on the Arabic side, but there's a reason why I'm sad on the English broadcast, right? So I assume this is what it is. I'm not quite sure exactly, but definitely looking at the amount of damage we've got here, GEEKAY definitely holding the stronger position, but of course it is still going to be leaning in favor there of the Brute Force squad to really lock that one in as well. So as we know, there's going to be just a few more moments to go as we venture up in towards that Sanhok position. So based on the performance that we had coming through from this very first match, there was a bit of a change-up, and of course we'll see that once we move into the game, as the scores will be running at the top of the screen. We could potentially also be seeing them over on that left-hand side. But so the first move that we saw is that winner chicken dinner that we saw coming through from Crash, it moved them up 2 slots, right? And that's the kind of positioning that we want to see, but still the contention for that 10th place has not really moved anywhere, right? There hasn't been any movement coming through between Slide, GQ, Vision, or IKURD. I mean, Twisted, they've slightly closed that gap, but they are still sat rather in exactly the same position. So it's all going to boil down to what the teams are going to be bringing into this next match, and there's going to be just a little bit of time left before we move towards Sanhok. So if you guys want to give your predictions as to where you think the first zone is going to be going, let me know. And also tell me, who do you think is going to be the first team to fall this time around? Because, you know, we've been having so many different upsets coming through all across the board. We did see in that first match, NIGMA almost being the first team to get taken out, as they were the first one, reduced down to 1. So there is a great opportunity for a lot of major upsets still to come through here, as the day is far from over. But let's see, what else do we have in chat? Anything that I'm quickly scanning through? Nothing that I can see just yet, aside from Shermu with their thing that they said. I thought he was dying. I was concerned. Oh, all right. Okay. I see what you're saying. But yeah, if you guys want to drop your predictions in the chat, let me know. I'm curious to find out what your thoughts are. And of course, if you haven't yet, hit the subscribe button. Well, if you don't mind doing so, hit it, right? We are 10 subs away. 10 subs. This much. Right, because that was 11. 10 subs away from hitting 7K. In the meanwhile, we are going to be moving through as we head into that lovely, lovely Sanhok. So you hear the jams now coming through. Switching over to radio voice. Right, here we are, getting straight down to the action as the teams are going to be looking to boil on through. The first flight path has not yet been revealed. We don't know where the teams are going to be heading, what they're going to be having to work with here, and of course where that first initial zone is going to be going. Daniel asking why Crypto has not yet engaged their beast mode. Well, maybe they haven't had a monster just yet, right? That could be the thing. Simp giving that route for the side there of Twisted. But in the meanwhile, the teams are going to be starting to make their way on down. The flight path is going to be starting on that northern edge, heading straight across down onto Sami. Now we wait to see what the zone will bring and where it is going to be revealed. Will it go to the east? Will it go to the west? Or is it going to be a smack dab center zone? All predictions and any predictions are welcome, so be sure to drop them in. And that is enough of the radio voice. Whew. I'll go back to my usual casting voice, because the radio one is quite exhausting, if I'm being honest. Luckily, I only have to use that once a week, so that is fine. Umar saying that they want a quarry zone. Let's see, Umar, will we get that? We don't know just yet. Come on, zone. Come on, zone. Ooh, we might have a little bit of some down there with Starch and Groups over in Ruins. Maybe also the Broody Fruities Brute Force there alongside Quest up north. Moy saying that it is going to be a DRS. Alright, sure. Moyes, exactly. Exactly. Ooh, a northwestern zone. That is what we've got. I mean, Painan still partially within that play. Sass coming through with a Bun zone again. Unfortunately, this time around, we're not going to have Bun even be within that zone. PJ with the Zaki zone. I mean, we'll see once we make it up into Erangel. Look at the spray though coming through from Xenox. They want Koops. Oh, there we go. Hey, hey, hey! The hit is in. Koops is down. Yes, sir. The NA Heat. The NA Heat doing its thing. Let's see what Spec is going to bring through on this one. Could we see another amazing push? I mean, Spec now really having to patch themselves up, right? That health bar definitely not optimal. But it's going to be Freak, Lord, and Raouf now. Looking to disengage. They're going to leave Ruins to the side of NASR as they are going to be heading right back down to Sami. Oopsie goopsie. Yeah. I mean, that was an amazing play coming through from Xenox, right? PJ calling them the GOAT. Yes, that was amazing. So well defended. But aside from that, that little bit of spice that we had just being sprinkled on the map, right? We're not seeing any other teams hard dropping at this point. Yeah, I don't know though. Hey, I mean, because, well, so as we know, Sanhok is definitely not one of their strongest maps. Unless they've been purposefully playing it a particular way, right? But based on what we saw coming through from League, they were not having much luck, especially when it came to the side of Sanhok. So I was looking for the right word to explain what my brain is telling me. But yeah, I'm curious to see how this one is going to play out though, because R8, they've got that lovely Paradise position. GEEKAY, they've got a nice setup up into Broody Camp. But again, I mean, yesterday we did see the players there from GANGSTERS being situated just towards the northwestern side of Trifecta. We're not having that setup this time around, but we still, however, do have the players from the GANGSTERS sitting in the exact spot where we saw them last. Right, Moyes saying that this is going to be a NASR chicken. Well, let's see. Let's see. What else do we have? If Koops had a UMP or Tommy. Yeah, we don't know, right? I mean, it is what it is, right? Walid, in the meanwhile, is going to find Kante as we have our second elimination and now finding its way on through. Not quite sure what Quest were trying to play this one. I mean, usually we can see them holding up quite steadily, especially within this region. But now with Broody Fruities, the Brute Force, pushing through from that northern edge. You gotta be a little bit more cautious, and of course the GANGSTERS know exactly where to expect them. It's gonna be R8 also now, potentially knocking at the door. Alright, they do get quite a bit of a warm welcome. They come rushing forward. We got the fireworks getting sent off, everything. Yes, Shomu, this is indeed the last day. Our second last Sanhok as well. Oh, there we go. Nice angle. Nice angle. R8. Picking it up. Oh. It's down to Da and Al-Hajj, but Al-Hajj is on their knees. So all Al-Hajj can do at this point is just relay information. Yeah, good boy. That is indeed what happened. Koops is DED, right? Oh, and so is the side of Quest. They want a mission to survive. But, yeah. didn't seem like that was going to be on the cards. Ooh, we do see our NASR also now getting taken down as Twisted Minds are rushing up on the side of NASR. The Brute Force holding steady as well. Trying to capitalize on a bit of an opportunity across the way. But they're going to have to act relatively quickly because we got Vision as well as Sly. RTG also still potentially rotating on up. Alright, Prestige gets it in. Now it's up to Zakaria and the rest of the Brute Force. You see Neo is also not just rotating up. I'm not quite sure why Brute Force are taking this this kind of approach. You know, just sending out one player at a time. It's a very, very risky play, especially now with the teams that we could have rotating up behind them. Right, so you still got to watch out for Vision and Sly. But of course, we look down on towards that southwestern side. It's going to be Twisted Minds and NASR. Okacha and Twisted are going to look to play this situation, right? Maybe a bit of a disengage, heading closer towards Trifecta. Opting for that bridge pretty close to the side there of GQ. I mean, that could maybe be a bit of a play. But now we have that zone centering up on towards this lovely northwestern island and that Trifecta region. So the heat, the pressure is going to be on. We are yet to see the players from Crash, IKURD, and NIGMA rotate up in towards the zone. Yeah, Moise, you're pretty accurate when you say that, but I mean, are they going to be looking to pick it up? I mean, R8, they were the most successful team on Sanhok in the league with those 4 winner-winner chicken dinners. But as we've seen now, right, the statistics coming through from league, it doesn't mean much moving into the finals as the teams continue to bring through these upsets. Right now you can hear the cacophony of shots being unleashed. A Slime Machine Classic gets taken on down. It's going to be the Gangsters sending their vehicle up in flames. Seeing the rest of Sly now being put on quite a bit of a back foot here. And this could also be a bit of an opportunity for Brute Force, who's not rendered in, but they are just behind them on the opposite side of that waterway. So let's see how this one is going to pan out. Oh, yeah, you got to watch out for that edge of the cliff attacker, almost getting met with a few headshots. And as I mentioned, right on cue, up comes the Brute Force team. Just rotating in, and this could be the opportunity for a bit of an upset. It does seem like they're going to be looking to wrap right around Hatin here. They're not going to be staying around for some tea. Instead, they're going to be looking to rotate back. Ooh, we gotta watch out. You gotta watch out though. Gangsters slightly distracted by the side of Slime Machine, and that could be the golden opportunity now for Brute Force to come in swinging. Seeking Quest, though, leading with 10 points ahead of GEEKAY. So Quest still sat up in pole position, at least for the time being. So GEEKAY maybe could look to contest for that position here, especially seeing that they are on Sanhok. Map that really lends itself to a lot of that aggression to come through. Crash though, I mean, I know this is a little bit off topic, but they are still in Kampong. All the way on the edge of the zone. All the way on the edge of the map. They're just out there sipping on blue juice. Not quite sure why though. Maybe they've got a strat. Dinosaurs on Sanhok would make sense, yes. I think that would be quite exciting, but especially if you hop on the Rex. I mean, that thing is so big, right? You sat down there in Kampong, we Crash. You hop on the Rex, you can hit someone all the way in Camp Alpha, right? So yeah, that would be pretty ridiculous. But of course now, ooh, we got a little bit of something coming up into boot camp as R8 and Falcons are both now situated right then and there. The zone does move down towards that western side. This could be an opportunity potentially coming through now for the side of Twisted Minds. NIGMA trying to decide if they're going to push through from that southern edge or are they just going to stick to that side of the zone. I mean, we do have that waterway cutting right through the middle. So either would be, I think, pretty safe to play, but especially looking at that southern position for NIGMA. Right, so it is going to be GEEKAY now taking a bit of a splash. Falcons now coming under fire as R8 look to get Lobster under lockdown. Ooh, a weird spread though. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the Falcons are looking to get up to at this point, but it is going to be GANGSTERS and NASR fighting up on that northwestern island. Fighting for potential control right here of Trifecta. Beautiful DBS sprays coming through, but Spec will not allow that to come through. Now the pressure is on General. Having to try and keep the team in contention here. Ooh, all these vehicles being in the way. The GEEKAY Legends just swinging in behind them. So the upset could be just up on that hill. Well, I mean, technically Kampong is a village as well in the game. So it checks out. Thanks for that one, Sharena. Much appreciated. Ooh, IKURD though also popping into the feed here, but let's see whether NASR are going to be able now to fend off the advances coming through from the GEEKAY Legends as they focus in on the GANGSTERS. Oh, down goes General. The opportunity now being available for the side of NASR to clutch it out. Alright, Sama has been brought back to their feet. Oh, Batika making a little bit of noise on the edge. Interesting spread coming through here from the side of NASR. Two players holding on to hard cover. J7 now ensuring that they have that mobility, right? That flexibility to move around. Just focus on wherever they need to apply that pressure. Meanwhile, it is going to be RTG to full next as they get sent out in 13th. It's going to be Crash. Bring in a bit of a contribution there. Crash now potentially rotating up alongside the players there from NIGMA as we can see them trying to push on forward. Vision also still hugging that blue zone. But here we go. GEEKAY Legends, NASR getting ready to try and settle their differences right here. It is going to be a 3v4. GEEKAY, they've now had more than enough opportunity to mend those health bars, to get themselves ready for the action, for the heat, the pressure. Oh, Xenox finds a nice little bit of a trade. I love the strafing in and out of the window. Down goes Batika. That is going to be the opener now for Xenox to lock it in. Dial up the carnage. Quick little push. Ooh, almost venturing outside. J7 Spec just in the background there. Oh, you got to keep it up though. Spec coming through with the support, trying to double down on the efforts, but down they go. Hassan does fall in turn. Oh, there we go. Spec almost with a clutch. It's all going to be down to Smoker. Spec now holding on for dear life. The whole performance here, the longevity of NASR is solely reliant on their play. Will they be able to get it though? You gotta wait for that reload. Are we gonna see it come through? It is gonna be a quick play between either of them. Smoke now trying to come in with a strafing up the window, but up comes the push as Brute Force also now ventures in. The spray is there. Spec takes them down. Welcome Cindy, just in time as the GEEKAY Legends get backed up. We also have the side there of NASR getting taken out in 10th place, but 7 eliminations strong. What a performance. Brute Force already sitting up on 8 elims as they now move in just to close up that northwestern side of zone. GEEKAY holding on to the southern side of Trifecta. It is going to be Crash now getting eliminated. Off they go. IKURD dealing a very heavy hand onto their side. M249 finding the spray into Santa, but Powerful now getting a little bit of that karma repaid to them as Aram hits it up. Yeah, Spec is cooking. I mean, I think they took the whole kitchen with them back into that lobby. But what an amazing performance that was coming through from the side of NASR. I see now. GEEKAY trying to get the zone under lockdown. FALCONS still holding up alongside them. IKURD also now looking for a little bit of an opportunity. Ooh, NIGMA. NIGMA trying to make a run for it. Oh, just flying into the drink. Whooping out the other side, but rotating in right in front of the side of Twisted. Rauf still going to be holding on to the southern bank. But freak. Down they go. So NIGMA down to a 2-piece. Not quite sure if Lord is going to be able to secure that res in. Oh, a NAS with a beautiful angle. NIGMA in trouble. It's going to be Rauf now, just looking to lock it down. Crypto trying to play a bit of a gatekeep position here. SK Ton and the rest of R8 moving in from that eastern side up north. Oh, Ida, down they go. Very unfortunate angle there for the side of R8, but they do follow hard on the heels of NIGMA. Down to the final 6 we go. Talk about contention, we're talking about pressure. That is what we've got just boiling over at this point. Oh, FALCONS are going to be shipped away. Now, IKURD still trying to make a lot of noise, already sitting with those 80 eliminations strong. Going to be trying to find a few angles, but it's going to be brute force. Oh, just dominating from up above. Still going to be a very tough position here. I mean, we have a bit of water down on that southern edge. You can obviously see GQ not trying to close it up. Trying to see if they can find Ragnar. That is going to be the last player for the side of GK. Oh, the damage is in, but not sufficiently so to get the confirmation. This next nade could seal their fate, though. IKURD could be looking to just bring in the upset. Oh, but there we have it. Ragnar is down as AZ secures the nade. Brute Force looking pretty confident at this point. As you know, Brute Force going to be looking to prove quite a point. Right, they want to show that they are a force to be reckoned with. Ooh, and also trying to solidify their position up in that top 10. But here we go, the angles now coming through as Gorka finds the first. That is going to be pre-pod. Getting taken away. 4 squads left, 10 players up. At this point, it is pretty much between Brute Force, IKURD, and GQ. Right, GQ holding over onto the eastern side, Brute Force holding to the north. And IKURD going to be holding on that southern edge. So definitely looking at the position coming through from Brute Force. I mean, they could definitely play a lot of advantage down onto IKURD. Oh, we got Twisted Minds also still holding on. Tension is still building up. That zone almost moving up into limbo. Everybody now going to try and play it as cautious as they can, right? They don't want to be the next one to fall. Evo Station, though, getting spotted. Shots connecting up. The pressure is on. And that is going to be Twisted getting confirmed. No surprise, really, because it was a very tough angle to hold just towards that western side. But now Brute Force Looking to reclaim a bit of the territory here. Oh, they're coming in north. The blue zone has scored up with the side there of IKURD. Now they're going to have an absolute tough time to get themselves secured. It's going to be Azzy to fall next. Aram. Oh, being brought to their knees. And it's now reliant on Unknown to see if they can still survive this last bit of a push. Unknown not looking too great. At least still managing to hold on. But as we know, the blue zone absolutely devastating. Chuck Norris snaps their finger. And down goes Unknown. As IKURD will have to settle for third place. But still a valiant play coming through from them. I mean, 10 eliminations up. Not going to say no to that. Team GQ sitting on 9. Brute Force sitting on 9. So very even play coming in at this point. Same amount of players, same amount of eliminations. But now it's going to be that push. GQ looking to get a little bit more mobile. Trying to play the ridge. Trying to set up a few of the smokes here. Trying to figure out where that zone is going to move to next. So they do find Ado. It's now up to Neos and Zakaria. Fair trade on either end. Oh, Evo Station falls. And it's now up to Korka. This is trouble. This is trouble. GQ. Oh, down they go. Neo secures the play, and that is the winner chicken dinner. Going right over to the Broody Fruities. Brute Force. Well done, well played. Absolutely amazing performance. Of course, now securing themselves those 3 eliminations does put them up on a grand total of 12 in total for this game. Alongside that winner chicken dinner, so some healthy 22 points heading right in their way. So well played. But of course, we did see a phenomenal performance coming through from our top 3 teams. IKURD, GQ, also hitting those double digits with regards to the elimination. So a very contentious play on the Sanhok. But that was our second to last Sanhok of the day. Now, on that note, we are going to be taking a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned. I'll see you guys right back in a short moment. All right. We're getting ready to move into the points breakdown to see exactly what the teams brought in yet again. But of course, as we've seen, right, a lot of excitement coming through as the teams continue to apply as much pressure as they can. The upsets still coming through all over the place, and that is what we love to see, especially in the finals. But of course, we are going to be waiting to now see what the point situation is for the teams. We've got about 5 minutes or so left on the clock until we are going to be heading into game number 3. So, yeah, we are going to be taking a look at a few stats, right? We need to see those the points breakdown, see how many points the respective teams earned in this game, and of course, what that situation is looking like on the opposite end. But, yeah, very, very exciting day so far here for day number 3. But curious to see how that is going to translate. Yeah, so we've had 14 different games. We've had 11 different winners. I mean, that is absolutely insane, right? That is absolutely insane to think of, right? That just speaks to the capabilities of these teams coming through. And of course, now speaking about capabilities, let's take a look at those points. It is going to be a glorious 22-pointer going to the side there of Brute Force. But as I mentioned, GQ and IKURD also closing up with those double-digit points on the board. Of course, winning them 16 and 15 points respectively. NASR, though, going to be sitting there in 4th place. All the points coming through from the eliminations. Unfortunately, they weren't able to make it up into placement point territory. But still a very exciting play coming through from them. Twisted, though, going to be picking up 6. And, of course, we see the Gangsters holding on to that 8th place coming through with their 4 eliminations. So a very, very exciting play. Hey, Matt, what's up? What's up? Brute Force win. It's good for... Yeah. Of course, taking a look at the rest of the teams. There's going to be RTG, Sly, and Quest getting sent back empty-handed. But yeah, in the meanwhile, let's take a look at a few of these amazing replays coming through from Sanhok yet again. All right, there we go. Taking a look at the board as it comes through. Of course, it is going to be a glorious position there held by the side of Brute Force, right? Nearly 1,900 damage, 12 eliminations being brought in. IKURD also with quite a heavy hand, but as we can see, the Gangsters hitting just over 1,000 damage. And of course, finding those 4 eliminations getting converted from that. But again, a very, very aggressive play across the board. And it is going to be Neos from the Brute Force team taking the most eliminations, the most damage, as well as the longest hit coming through in this game. Trophies then going to be walking away with a glorious grenade finish. And Jafar, well, traveling the furthest, as we can see, 9.7 kilometers. Now, that is still a very impressive distance to cover on a tiny little map like Sanhok. So, well played, though. But, of course, as we know, right, we got just over a minute left until we are going to be venturing into game number 3. And then we are halfway done with today, right? Then we get into the final versions of each of our maps. It's going to be the final Miramar, the final Sanhok, as well as the very last Erangel, to play that decisive play, to see who will be solidified up into our top 10 teams. Lot is up for grabs here. So, yeah, looking forward to this. But, of course, as we are going to be venturing into that lovely, lovely Erangel, I also want to say welcome to No Mercy joining us in the chat. But in the meanwhile, I want to hear your predictions, guys. Tell me, where do you think the zone is going to be going? What do you think that flight path is going to be bringing on through? And also, who do you think is going to be the first team, right? We'll get onto the winning team a little bit later on when we get closer to the end of the match. But in the meanwhile, Give your predictions as to who you think is going to be the first team to get sent out, right? We've had so many different teams come through. And of course, as I mentioned before, out of the 14 games that we've had 11 different winners. That is absolutely insane to look at, right? 11 different winners. Wow. I mean, you want to talk about consistency, you want to talk about a balanced play coming through into the finals. That is exactly what we have happening right here. I mean, we essentially have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there's 5 teams. 5 teams that have not yet secured themselves a chicken dinner. That is RTG, of course, the players coming through from Vision, as well as the KSA Legends, the Gangsters, and then, of course, Team Falcons. But speaking about Falcons, well, we are getting ready to hop on the plane to see where the teams are going to be looking to get themselves situated, where they're going to be looking to get themselves positioned. So drop in your predictions. No, Jahad, we are now on game 3, if you recall. Max was talking about a different number. Right, so take 3 plus 1. You'll know once Max is here. But in the meanwhile, ooh, we are going to be looking at that flight path, starting up at shooting range, heading down to the lovely Malta side. So a slightly more northeastern flight path, but not decisively so. I mean, there's still quite a bit of opportunity for the teams to play at. As we know, Primorsk, Fairpia, Quarry, those positions are going to be a little bit more challenging to reach looking at this flight path. But nothing is going to stop these teams from just hopping on a quick little bit of a vehicle, you know, just getting them scooted into that position where they would like to be. NASR is pretty much an NA team. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Alright, so if you haven't liked the stream just yet, you could try that to see if it will help boost your team's performance. Right, if you also have not yet said hi to us in the chat, please be sure to do so. I'd love to hear from everyone that we have currently watching. And of course, while you're at it, right, we're 9 subs away. 9 subs away from hitting the lovely, lovely 7K. So, if you'd feel gracious enough to bless me with that, it'd be amazing. But in the meanwhile, we are going to be blessed with a southern zone. Well, partially southern zone. We have the lovely Sanhok Island being pretty well accessible down towards the edge there. And now we get to see exactly how it is going to shift on through. I mean, the Brute Force squad, they're going to be dropping up into Saverni. We can see Crash up in towards the lovely Zaki. R8 going towards their usual position in that Georgiapol region. Of course, Quest just on the opposite side rather of Everest is going to be the Gangsters, and GEEKAY held up in that School Rozhok region. Twist, again, also going for the usual drop location case. A Legends also still committed to that position up in Sosnovka. As you can see the leaderboard on the edge of the screen, it is closing up towards that top 10, right? There is a little bit of a gap between 9th and 10th place. As you can see, 11-point difference coming through on that front. Twisted, I mean, they are still a few points away. Based on what we can see currently, it's about 13 points. So Twisted, they need to bring in an absolutely amazing play over the next few games. No, Maxman is not here just yet, Marcus. If you recall, Maxman said from game 4. Right, we're not there just yet. We're still in game 3. And if at any point you are in doubt as to which match we're on, if you look down in the bottom left corner, the number on the far right, or the far left rather, that is the match that we're in right now. It says match 3, day 3. So after this match, we have hit that halfway mark. But for the time being, the team's now still just playing for positioning. RTG going to be closing up towards that western bridge. NIGMA going about their business up in towards Pachinki. Hey, Dinuka. Welcome to the chat. Alright, so, yeah, give your predictions as to who you think is going to be the first team to get taken on down. Give your predictions, give your predictions. Do you see NASR now just exploring a little bit? We do have Starch getting pretty close to that Potato Hill position. Ooh. Anas, though, getting caught out in the open. As Twisted tried to play a clever play. They tried to rotate from the lovely Nova crates up towards that Malta edge. But unfortunately, we did have Saif situated right there, waiting for them. Well, yeah, so that wasn't Saif, but Saif was pretty close to that. So that might have been the reason why we saw that play coming through. Yeah, Alan, that if you use the wrong emoji, it comes across as a little bit passive aggressive, right? Maybe a little smidge. But in the meanwhile, we are looking at the players here from IKURD. They're going to be rotating in the exact same line as the players there from NASR. But NASR are going to be pushing towards that coastline. That could actually result in them pulling in alongside RTG. Ooh. Of course, the players here from Team GEEKAY now just on the edge of farm. So not that much to really worry about just yet. They're really looking to contest them, at least not for the time being. We can see NASR taking a 2-2 split. We got J7 and Xenox holding up a little bit more onto the interior here. The rest of the crew rotating up onto the coastline, and we could potentially see an angle being held over onto its Riva. Meanwhile, Falcons still just enjoying the peace and tranquility up in towards the lovely Yasnaya Poliana. NASA and Quest, 14-point gap. Oh, yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, 14 points indeed. Yes, sir. You can see it up at the top of the screen as well. Then we have our current leaderboards. 10 points between NASA and the players coming through from Crash. Mac, they went swimming and then that was it, right? Ooh, Mount Everest coming through saying that NIGMA are going to be picking up a 17 Elam winner chicken dinner. Alrighty, alrighty. I mean, we did see that come through yesterday on the last match. Are they going to be looking to repeat it here again today? Only time will tell. In the meanwhile, it is going to be GEEKAY just pushing through from that sunken city. A nice steady angle being held here by NASR. We have that mass migration now heading towards center zone. Sly and Vision still held up on the edge of Malta here, so you can see both teams now trying to inch their way closer and closer towards the zone. Keeping an eye on that positioning. I mean, GANGSTERS Legends and Triple, they've got a glorious position down south. Jeremiah saying that it's going to be a NASR chicken dinner with 14 eliminations. No, Jahad, if they were going to rehost, it would have happened already. Thanks, Everest. Appreciate you for being here. Thank you for the compliment. I really do appreciate that. My mom would be so proud. No, but honestly, thank you. Because in the meanwhile, the zone is going to be centering up onto the lovely Millie Island there. Well, not exactly centering up, but it's close, right? That coastline is going to be hot and sweaty and uncomfortable. I hope the players brought their sunblock and a little bit of shade, because it is going to get pretty dang toasty. Boys with a 50 elimination chicken dinner. Yeah, I don't think we've ever seen that happen. I don't even think that is even possible, right? Given us back. Yeah, Mac, if only, right? If only that could happen. We do see the contention of building on the bridge, right? Twisted Minds slowly trying to push across. We got Vision waiting in anticipation. And of course, they do have a little bit of company hard on their heels. But if we look over towards the western bridge, it is going to be R8, KSA Legends, and RTG. Hey, hey, hey. Rio on Overwatch at the light tower. The lighthouse. The light tower, sure. Quest also now starting to move up. NIGMA on their way as well. But let's see what GQ are going to be doing from this position over here. I mean, they've got a nice bit of a opportunity down on towards the gangsters and even the side there of IKURD. Hey, what's up? Welcome to the chat. My butt. Slowly the tension starts to build, right? We're waiting in anticipation to see what that next zone is going to be doing. The blue zone is going to be closing up. We've got a minute and a bit of change left on the clock. GQ now trying to get themselves situated on the cliff sides. Waiting to see if someone is going to try and maybe take a bit of a swim across. Falcons, though, they are attempting exactly that. But they've not yet been spotted. Dammy also now dipping down in the drink. And GEEKAY coming under fire as NASR opens it up. Here we go. Ragnar now trying to make a break for it. We gotta hope also just holding a little bit more towards that eastern side. So that is GEEKAY down to 2-piece. Spec with a slow-mo weapon whip out on that one. With a whipping, yes. That's exactly what happened. But I like how they did it all stylish and such. Now NASR having great opportunity to enjoy the loot while we take the scenic route across the bridge. And Brute Force still out in the blue. Coming through with a bit of a slow rotation. We also have a botation down on that southern edge. I wonder who that is though, because we can't really see the name. It should be revealed momentarily as soon as they hit land. Oh, come on, come on. The name about to be revealed. Ooh, that's Jafar. What's Jafar doing that far down south? I mean, you can see where the rest of the squad is, so I don't quite know what's happening there. Maybe Jafar is trying to sneak up into Millie base. Of course, still looking at that leaderboard. We can see it on the edge there. 3 points between 10th and 11th place. But it is going to be 11 points between 9th and 10th. So still a very contentious play coming through here. So Tudo, what did you miss? Well, I don't know. When last did you watch? Because, well, here we are. The zone now centering down onto the lovely military island itself. And this is where the pressure cooker will come into play. All the teams sat on that main island will have to push down to the southern edge. Either they're going to try and push across the bridge, they're going to try and push across the drink, but either which way, they're going to have to get themselves situated onto that Sosnovka island. And it is going to be a pretty tough play indeed. It's going to be absolutely chaotic. It's going to be a lot of carnage coming through. Now Sly making a run for it. We got Twisted on a bit of a gatekeep here on the bridge. Not exactly bridge camping, but well, you could say that for Dammy though, as they do find the first few sprays there. Steezy getting hit. 13 trying to push up. Daka trying to flank it out. Well, if you missed Sanhok, it was quite exciting. Right, there was a lot of grass, a few trees, a little bit of greenery every now and again. Brute Force coming in with a 12 elimination, winner with a chicken dinner. You know, there was a lot that happened. GQ also picked up 10. IKURD taking third place also then with 10 elims. But in the meanwhile, IKURD now getting dealt a heavy hand on the bridge. As the spray is in, it's down to unknown, but Brute Force. Oh, looking pretty grim at this point as Zakaria gets confirmed. That is Brute Force down to, well, 2. It's going to be Neo's and Ado. Not quite sure where Neo's is, though. You can see Ado out holding on that bridge. Yeah, I don't see. Oh, well, now we know. Neo's is back in the lobby. That's where they went. Ado now trying to make that last bit of a play here. Trying to maybe pick up the trades onto the side of IKURD, but unfortunately sliding off the bridge. Right, so that is going to be the end of the road for IKURD. Our first team back in the lobby. 2 elims up. Oh, but look at this carnage. Both bridges now just getting lit on fire as RTG and NIGMA fight it out. But NIGMA having another tough run. Oh, RTG in the same kind of boat here as Groza goes down, Kalaga goes down. It's up to Riva. And Riva now trying to play the reviver. But unfortunately, well, they're not going to be able to mend the Rio. Up comes Korka running right into the flames. A quick response coming through from the side here of NASR. Still holding on to Staunch. So both sides of that bridge now, well, kind of get it wrapped up. As we can see, NASR goes down. 13 teams remain. Falcons and the side of the Gangsters getting ready for a bit of an altercation over on the island. Here we go. It's a 3v2. Unless, of course, they can get Yusuf back on their feet. Power trying to flank around. They definitely need that advantage. But let's see will Powerful be able to get it in, though. It's going to be Hero coming through with a spray. Down they go. Oh, come on. The nade is in, and that is it. Down goes the Falcons. As quickly as we jumped onto that altercation, just as quickly they got taken on down. 10 teams now remain. GEEKAY are also in a world of trouble. They are down to hope. But will all hope be lost? It certainly will, if they can make it out of that blue zone. Quick replay coming through from the amazing work that RTG did on that bridge. Bam! And down they go. It's a Crash holding on to a good, decent position down towards that southern edge. Let's see, are they going to be able to make anything happen from that side? Of course, they are yet to contend with the side here of R8, who's been reduced down to a 3-piece. Of course, you can see the running scores coming through at the top of the screen. There we go, RTG, Sly, as well as IKURD. Yeah, I mean, it was a very close call at some point, right? For that, for the position, the difference between 9th all the way down to potentially even the 12th place. But now, based on the games that we've seen so far, things are looking pretty tough. I mean, Sly, they were situated in that 10th position with 117 points. And I was about to say there could still be an opportunity for IKURD to try and close up on that play. But as we know, IKURD, they've already been taken on down. So it's now relying solely on Vision and Twisted, right, to see if they can make up the needed points. Because there we have it, right, Twisted 105, Vision on 107, and they are chasing 117 and 115. So the zone, ooh, I like it. I like it. Moves away from the melee base. So, Crash, they need to push out. Prestige needs to join them alongside Brute Force. They've got a lot of teams now just occupying the edge of zone. Only a few brave souls have ventured inward. And of course, that is R8, as well as Vision, with a little bit of a side order of Quest pulling through there as well. And here we go, out comes the rush. It's going to be Vision now trying to lock in the play. Oh, will they get it? Oh, nice! Gotta watch out for that nade. That is it. R8, down to 1. So Vision steadily just raking in those points. Twisted also sitting on 2. But they are also only left with 2. So it's going to be a very tough play. It's going to be up to Rolkus and Crypto to try and lock it in. To try and solidify that last bit of a ditch effort, right? To try and get as many points here as they can muster. But the troubling play is going to come through, right? If Twisted can't catch up, right? If they get taken out before the players from Vision. Oh, beautiful spray here. Hassan locks it in, and that is going to be R8 getting the ticket punch. Down they go, 9th place, 3 elims. GEEKAY following suit, 8th place. Ooh. Yeah, but I mean, looking at Quest, right? So, I think Quest are trying to play the long game. They're trying to ensure that they finish up on top. I think that is the strategy coming through from Quest. And, you know, you can't really blame them because, I mean, they worked so hard yesterday to try and get themselves up to where they are right now. Playing for that, you know, just to maintain the position. But a good spray going through from Al-Hajj, so they do find yet another hit. Brute force down to 1. They could be down to none pretty soon. There's going to be smoke now, trying to keep that angle on towards Ado. So Ado trying to smoke it up. Trying to cover up as much of this position as they possibly can. But the nade is out, and that is it. Brute force getting sent away. At least locking in those 4 eliminations. But that is going to be 5 points, right? Because they got 7th place. 7th place, worth 1 point. We are yet to see any eliminations come through there for the side of Crash Gaming. I mean, they're still holding on to a full 4-piece. So very surprising to see them not having any eliminations. Yeah, this could potentially be a Quest chicken that is going to be loading here. But again, it's not been decided just yet. Right, so we find ourselves in a little bit of a standoff. Teams waiting, trying to anticipate how they're going to rotate through the zone vision. Nice little bit of a hunt cover they've got to utilize here. The same you said for Quest. So 2 phenomenal positions, but now we're going to be looking to the hill. Right, towards that southern edge. You can see the KSA Legends now also starting to move on forward. Up comes Crash. Down goes one of the players. Kevin getting found. Down goes Jafar. Hey, buddy. They're trying to hold it up here alongside Walsh. Ooh, Crypto, you got to watch out. They're coming for you. Hey, down goes Hero. And that is going to be the Gangsters getting punched out. Off they go. 6 elims up, though. So we're sitting on our final 5 teams. Vision on 3 elims, KSA on 3, Twisted on 3, Quest with 1, and Crash with 2. So you're wondering at what point, Crash, we're going to come through with those eliminations. Well, we got our answer. So we are down to A-Buddy and Walsh. It's all playing for positioning down on that southern edge. I love that setup coming through from Vision, though. Ooh, it could be a very devastating angle to hold for the opposing teams. Late now reaching into the side of Triple. Crypto, down they go. It's up to Rolkus. Oh, they've been spotted, though. Trying to welcome in that vehicle. But unfortunately, it is a vehicle with a player on that passenger seat. Oh, no. Volt. Volt, why you gotta do it like that? Alright, here we go. Someone now having a bit of a crash there. That is not the most opportune position to crash. Oh, will Crash get it though? Will they get it? Oh, sliding down the hillside. Osama. Oh, the shot's connecting on through. So close. Walsh almost getting that finishing hit. Up comes Smoker. Beautiful strafing this way and that. But down goes Walsh. Hey, buddy. Trying to hold steady. Still got a full health bar to work with here. Oh, down goes the Summer. Come on, you can get it. Oh, hey, buddy, with the clutch. Almost no health to speak of. It's going to be down to Volt. Driving around in a smoking vehicle. 3 teams remain. is going to be A-Buddy up against the three-piece of Quest. And of course, the full squad of Vision. Let's see where this one will go. Who's going to be the one to get it? Who's going to be the one to take that winner chicken dinner? Vision, they've already found a winner chicken dinner. Quest also sitting on one. So it could be either of these teams' second chicken to come through. The fight is on. Game is there. Who will be the one to get it though? Oh, sorry, Vision. Yeah, not yet having any luck. But let's see. Alhaji is still holding steady. Hey, buddy, I like this push coming through. Hey, buddy, just keeping it nice and quiet. Not yet secured within that zone. Crash, they had an absolutely glorious match over on Sanhok. This time around, things looking a little bit different. 5 elims do they name though. Hey, buddy, goes down. That is going to be Vision securing their 7th elim. Still sitting with a full squad, now turning their focus down onto Quest. It's going to be Fidan and Da holding up. Out goes the nade. Will it find anything though? It gets pretty close to Leif, but Leif has also sent out a nade. Up comes the heat, the pressure. Fidan goes down. It is now up to the rush, and there we have it. It is going to be that winner chicken dinner secured. Well done, well played, Vision, with an amazing performance, securing themselves the dub right here. What a performance indeed. Very well deserved winner chicken dinner coming through on their end. Wowzers, I mean, that was about time, right? We've been waiting for Vision to clutch it out, and that could have potentially be the upset that we needed, right? As we know, the teams are contesting for the top 10 slots, fighting to see who's going to make it through into the MEA Championship. And I can tell you, things are definitely starting to heat up. I mean, with that amazing performance from Vision, they caused a bit of an upset, right? They definitely did cause quite a bit of an upset. So we're going to have to wait for those leaderboards to see exactly what that upset looks like. But that could have been exactly what they needed to do. I mean, Vision, just based on the performance for the day, right? I mean, that amazing play that they just brought through, that actually moved them up 12 slots for today's performance, right? For the points that they were able to secure today so far. So absolutely amazing. But of course, I mean, that is only after 3 games, but a 12 slot jump, that is absolutely insane. Vision, though, securing themselves a glorious 9 eliminations in this match as well. So that could be exactly what they need to try and improve their overall standings. But there's only going to be one way for us to find out what that will be, as we will have to take a look at those leaderboards to see what the situation currently is. Of course, in the meanwhile, let's take a look at the match rankings. And it is going to be Vision walking away with 19 glorious points. RTG coming through with 5s, you can see all of which came through from the eliminations. The Gangsters securing themselves 6 eliminations. Then, of course, Crash also picking up those lovely 10-pointers. But, yeah, Crash definitely coming through with an amazing performance so far today. They had a great run. And now they continue with that momentum. I mean, hey, buddy, right? It was a tough play. I mean, not the worst kind of play that we've seen so far, right? Coming from that performance that they had on Sanhok, moving over on towards Erangel, still being able to maintain a lot of that momentum, pulling right on through. But you got to give it up to the KSA Legends. The Gangsters also securing themselves 8 points across the board there. And of course, as we move down onto the lower half of that board, it is going to be NIGMA getting sent back empty-handed. As you can see, Sly and the rest of the teams also still locking in a few points. But again, amazing bit of action that we had coming through. All right, all right, all right. Here we go. Looking at that damage graph, it was a steal coming through from Vision with 1,500 damage getting delivered on that one. Well, Moise, yeah, I don't exactly remember. It's been a while, right? It's been a minute. It's been a minute, right? We've been looking at a lot of action happening out on the battlefield here, but at least we can see the team still locking in some pretty impressive plays. I mean, not the craziest of Erangels that we've seen, but definitely a good performance coming through from Vision. And of course, it is going to be Saif then from Vision taking the most eliminations. Hero coming through with the most damage. One lead also then again for the Gangsters coming through with that nade finish. And Neveralone and Walsh coming through with their own respective awards there. Neveralone, 336 meter hit. That is pretty impressive, though. I mean, it's close to the edge of render range, but we did see a phenomenal long-range hit, and I think that was, what, like a 400-and-something meter, almost 500-meter hit that we had happening right here in the PMPL Arabia. I think that might have been the longest hit that we've seen to date. Yasir, not yet. I'll let you know when that's going to happen, right? So you'll hear the prediction. You'll hear me announcing it when it happens, right? But yeah, the meanwhile, we are going to be waiting just a few more moments until we are going to be stepping into game number 4. Of course, we're heading right back onto the lovely desert dunes of Miramar to see what the teams are going to be bringing on through. But I think at this point, it would be interesting to take a look at what the overall rankings look like. You know, we still have a little bit of time left on the clock, so I think we could potentially be showing that as well. So, let's see how this all unravels, how it all unfolds as the teams are going to be looking to get a few things done. Of course, we got the chef cooking up a few things in the background as well. But yeah, so the final half of the day is here, right? The last 3 games to decide who our top 10 teams will be. I mean, you want to talk about pressure, that is exactly what we're going to be having right here. So 3 more minutes to go until we venture in. Of course, the plane is now just getting warmed up. They're making sure that they prep the engines properly because, you know, the desert is pretty dry. But in the meanwhile, while we wait for that, we are going to be taking a look at these leaderboards. It is Quest now sitting with a glorious 9-point lead over GEEKAY. Then, of course, there's a 7-point drop-off moving into the next position. You can see the players there from Crash holding on 161 points. But I mean, it's all good and well looking at the first page, right? It's going to be more important to see what that second page is going to be bringing in. I mean, GQ, they are going to be closing up the 8th place there on 132 points. Hey, what pro tap? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We got Narendrashin Ratod. Right, there we go. Joining us in the chat as well. Just pronounce my name. I think I said it right? Go for Ratod. If that's not the right one, I tried. I tried. Definitely I did. But as you can see, all the teams now sat on this first page, doing so with winner chicken dinners to their name. Right, as we said, we've seen a few upsets. Brute Force also coming through with their 2 winner chicken dinners. So some glorious performances that we've had come in just so far over the past few days. But of course, as we move on to the second page, RTG also then sitting on 132 points. So it is a kind of a tie coming in between 8th and 9th place. But it's still going to be the play for 10th, right? Slime Machine, IKURD, they still have a bit of an opportunity. Twisted, they need to click it in almost perfectly to secure themselves that play, right? So it's all going to come down to these last few games if they are wanting to make it into that top 10. Yes, I said if they want to make it into top 10, right? So, yeah, Slime Machine, IKURD, I'm expecting them to really step it up. But you can also be pretty assured that Vision are going to be defending that top 10 position as hard as they can. So, I guess I got your name kind of right on that one. Narendrashin, I guess. We got Tuelo joining us in the chat as well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. But, yeah, you got to give it up to RTG, though, right? Holding on to 9th place, coming through with not a chicken dinner just yet. And they are joining 3 other teams that have not yet had the opportunity to do it. So the exciting part is we've got 4 teams that still need chickens, but we only have 3 more chickens to give. Right? That is it. That's how much we have up for grabs. So it's all going to boil right down to the wire. But looking at the positions coming through, I mean, if the GEEKAY Legends come through with a winner chicken dinner, that could bring in the necessary upset to potentially catapult them either right into top 10 or just onto the edge there of top 10, right? So there's going to be a lot of heat, a lot of pressure coming through. But of course, now with Vision jumping up those 2 slots, taking that 10th position, that has also then meant that the players from Slime Machine, they've now missed out on the opportunity, right? They've been moved down, but they can still close it up because they're only trailing by 9 points. So if Sly want to get themselves back into that top 10, if they want to keep that contention going, there's only going to be one way to get it done. They're going to have to work their way through Miramar. But of course, we are going to be venturing into that very, very soon. So let's see. It does seem like everything is going as it is supposed to be going, right? According to what the breakdown is giving us here. So let's see what that one will be. We are going to be hopping on the plane very, very soon. So you guys want to give your predictions for flight path for zone? Be sure to drop them in the chat. Curious to see what your predictions are. And of course, who's going to be making those necessary upsets. So if you think it's going to be possible for Slime Machine and IKURD potentially to catch up, make it into that top 10, I want to find out what you guys think. Do you think it is going to be happening in these next 3 games? In the meanwhile, let's move on through as we are going to be heading straight across up towards that plane to see what the flight path is going to be bringing in. So Ratod, from here, the top 10 teams make it into the MEA Championship, the top 10 teams. And then from the MEA Championship, only 1 team gets the slot into the World Invitational. Right, that's how it works. Right, so Tuello saying that the flight path, yes, there we go. I got it right the second time around. It's going to be going from the north to the south. I mean, you're kind of right, because it is starting a little bit higher up, heading a little bit lower down. So technically that is maybe still north to south. But yeah, it's definitely going to be coming in from just north of Impala, heading to south of Ladriera. So let's see what the thing is going to be bringing on in. Hey, we got Dr. Strange in the chat as well. Well, Strange, for today you've missed 3 games, right? We're in the final stretch. This is going to be the final push. So let's see where the teams are going to be looking to drop on down. Are we going to have another southern zone towards that Los Leones side? Or will we see the zone maybe pulling all the way up towards the north? Right, let's see what it does. Let's see what it does. Right, ooh, that's a dirty zone though. That is a dirty, dirty zone. Hey, Musa Moose! Welcome to the chat. Good to have you here. That is going to be a pretty tough play. I mean, that is an absolutely dirty zone. Absolutely dirty, dirty zone. Alright, so let's see what the teams are going to be bringing in. Alright, so Sly, of course, now going to be holding up into Los Leones. They've got the KSA Legends sharing the space. NIGMA now going to be coming back to the usual play, right? Just holding down on towards that southern edge. We're watching Vikendi or Miramar. I think this is Livik. This looks like Livik. Right, this honestly looks like Livik to me. Alright, so now in the meanwhile, Teams are going to be looking to continue with their push. Looking for the play. It's going to be a really tough rotation to come through on this next spot, right? Because, I mean, how are they even gonna, like, decide what position to take? I mean, Dunika saying that this is Nusa. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It does definitely look like a bit of that Nusa action coming through here. I mean, it's a pretty tough one, but I guess, you know, that's kind of just what we got to go for at this point. Alright, so things still nice and quiet, a little bit passive, right? And you know, not the worst kind of setup that we could be looking for at this point. The teams are just keeping it nice and quiet, nice and steady, not looking for any major upsets of any kind. Oh, but we could have a little bit of some come through here from Raouf. Raouf, though, pretty isolated from the rest of the team. Definitely, you know, lagging behind that rotation. You can see Lord, Freak, and Coops also just slowly pushing their way on forward. We do have Coops already up in towards Puerto. So they got to be really careful. But, I mean, if NIGMA are going to be looking to step it up, I mean, it has to happen from this point moving forward, right? That is just what it has to be. Right, in the meanwhile, still going to be waiting for these last few plays to come through. He's going to be finding what, though? That is what we are waiting for in anticipation. Ooh, but the spray is coming through from Sly, though. They ventured up alongside KSA. It's going to be Vision holding up onto that Impala position for the time being. I mean, it's quite a slow rotation going through from the rest of the squads, right? No one really full sending it in just yet. But I don't think we can really blame them at this point, right? They don't want to make any unnecessary plays. Or any potentially brutally, you know, any brutal mistakes at this point. Any devastating angles. Alright, so Summer gonna be sending it out. Finds a bit of a hit. Ooh, there we go. Attacker coming in with a spray though. Come on. Oh, down goes Osama. Nicely done. Smoker, Batika, Hassan looking to pick up last few pieces. Hey, Junaid, welcome to the chat. The leaderboard's going to be hidden, I guess, right? Seeing that it's the final push, right? The last 3 games. It's all going to be a surprise. It's all going to be a surprise. All we can see is the current in-game performances coming through from the teams. So let's see how this one pans out. I mean, I can see the leaderboard, but I can't spoil it just yet. You know, we definitely gonna just keep it to the surprise. And meanwhile, it's gonna be the rotations now coming through as the teams continue to push. Looking for any and all opportunities. Okay, so Legends looking to find it. I mean, it's still an exceptionally challenging zone. We can see Twisted and Brute Force still out in the blue, sipping on some juice. We got the Gangsters up north alongside the players there from the lovely Crash Gaming squad. NIGMA holding on that southern edge. And aside from these 5 teams, I mean, everyone else is situated right in that center zone. I don't think Impala has ever been this hard, right? Especially now with the zone centering up on it as well. Just in mind, can make it to the top 10. I mean, there is a possibility for that, right? But they're going to have to play an absolutely phenomenal game. This one, the following one, and the one thereafter, right? The remaining games of the day, they are just going to have absolute magic happening on their end. But so let's see how this is going to play out as the teams now continue to try and just advance themselves a little bit further forward, looking for a bit of an opportunity every now and again, every here and there. But let's see what will happen. Well, we are going to be finding out pretty soon, as I'm just trying to hit a few buttons every here and there. Right. He seemed to be good to go as NASR starts now, comes flying off the ridge, and I mean, this is where things get quite exciting as we add on a little bit of spice, not only by the teams rushing forward, but also as I have Maxman joining me.
Hello! Thank you very much for having me, GEEKAY. Sorry for the delay, I was eating my spaghetti, but I'm ready for some good old bolognese in the lobby here on Miramar. I was going to have some good finishes and some good fights are going to be unfolding, GEEKAY.
Oh yes, that is what we are definitely going to be hoping for. But I gotta say, this zone is just so challenging. But I think this is exactly what we need to move in for the last Miramar here. I mean, NASR now getting put to the test as they are getting rushed upon start. J7 getting knocked on down. Xenox going in for that res, but this push coming through from Coops, this could bring that upset.
We even got a map feed right now, I see. So I can see everything that's happening right now, but I can see that NASR not in the best situation. J7 start's going to be picked away. The res not going to seem very easy to pull off currently for them, but NASR, I apparently cursed them at the start of the day, GEEKAY, even though I was just in the chat. And it's not looking too good. They do get the res onto J7, but we see that this team can bring it back, but right now it's Coops and Lord pushing on them. Not an easy defense to put up.
Yeah, and with that now, they goes right on down, so that is going to be a 4 easy elims coming through there for the side of NIGMA. I mean, not easy, but, you know, it's 4 elims up. We are yet to see Rauf looking to join back in with the rest of the team, just to make sure that we're on the right team. I've got 24, 23, 22, 21 on my countdown for the blue zone closure.
It just hidden on my side. They put the map above it. I can't see the timer. No! Curse the production.
Maybe hit the times twice.
There you go. So currently on the timer at 26, 25, 24.
Yeah, so you're trailing a little bit behind. See if you can maybe just speed it up.
Count your timer for a few seconds, and I'll try and.
Well, we're currently showing maps, so you know it is going to be a little bit tough. But the zone has shifted and sent it up over on towards Impala. We've got a few knocks coming through. In IKURD experiencing a little bit of trouble there, but as the zone has now been revealed yet again, we got 45, 44, 43. Oh, Falcons powerful getting traded, and now it's up to Humam and Yusuf to keep it up.
Yeah. Let's see, I'm going to try and get back onto the timer because I have the impression I'm completely off compared to you, which is not good going into this, but right now my timer is 47, 46, 45,
yeah,
44,
you're 20 seconds behind.
20 seconds behind? That's not okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Neos now just keeping up the position on the edge of zone. I mean, they've got such a phenomenal angle down onto the side there of the Falcons, so I want to see what Brute Force are going to be looking to do with that position. Meanwhile, if you look down towards the southern edge, it is going to be NIGMA now just rotating on up. They've got Twisted Minds hard on their heels, but of course the players there from the case. Legends just holding on to the compound up ahead, and this could be that upset to maybe stop that potential gain coming through from NIGMA.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can catch up to your time. I refreshed as much as I could, but we'll have to see. As currently I'm looking at some positions, NIGMA trying their best to enter through the south. There's some decent temporary spots as you enter the southern side of these kind of circles towards Impala, so it's not impossible for them. They got a few pit stops along the way, but NIGMA Galaxy, I would say here, DK, not really the day. This team was hoping to pull off potentially a first place and hopefully also a spot into PMWI, so there's still enough games for them to bring it back, I'd say, DK, but right now they need to remain as 4, which is the case. Happy to see. But we need to see results pulling in these last 3 matches. Otherwise, NIGMA, I mean, this might be the start of the end here because you cannot afford another bad result.
Yeah, NIGMA, they've been having a pretty horrendous day. So far, only 3 points. I mean, that's it, right? Only 3 points for NIGMA for the entirety of today. So, yeah, I mean, they're going to have to make some magic happen. I mean, we did see them in the last match of yesterday, stepping up with that 17 elimination winner-winner chicken dinner. But if they are going to try and maybe attempt another play like that, one, it's going to be quite risky because, again, they're not guaranteed at anything at this point. But also looking at how the teams are just performing today, I'm not quite sure whether or not that consistency is going to be enough, right? It's going to be such a contentious play and a very tough one to actually pull off.
Yeah, currently my time is at 27, 26,
Yes.
25. Is that good?
Yes.
Yes, we're good. We're on the same time. Let's go. Big, common DKW right there. Circle back to shift, though. Expecting it to somewhat go towards Impala position. Though those high ground positions for Vision and also R8, extremely, extremely valuable, especially here, DK. That split from R8, if they can hold to the high ground position, they can keep two lookout players to keep info coming in. If it does shift away, they can go downhill towards Ragnarok, and they already have a foothold in the compound, which I love to see. Circle, not too bad. It's going to be a bit of a rough time for your Crash Gaming in particular. Falcon 2 will have to go through the open barren lands of Miramar. But other than that, this should be a pretty slow circle shift. But the one after that, DK, that's going to be the real spicy shift.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be a pretty tough one, especially that seeing that we still have 15 teams up, right? I mean, so many teams still sitting with full squads up. There's already been a few that have lost a player here and there. But now comes that rotation from the side of Twisted as they venture closer towards Brute Force. And I mean, like, I can't really fault them for trying to potentially change that direction because Brute Force, again, also a super aggressive team. And we see them really stepping it up today as well.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, though, not having the best of days, I believe, also DK, which, no, it's fine. They're really qualified for PMWI. I get it. But PMWI is going to be a way tougher lobby than this. I think we can both agree on that one here, DK, that PMWI compared to PMPL Arabia as a whole is going to be way higher level. So I want to see the potential there. And right now, I haven't seen it since the E-League. So I want to see them trying things out, you know? Nothing to really lose. You already got your spot. So try to be a little bit more aggressive because you know the hyper-passive gameplay might not make the cut. Crash Gaming, though, going to make that rotate, as I stated. But never alone. This time, indeed, is going to be alone. No one's there. He's going to try and leave if he can. Is he going to be allowed, though, DK? I'm not too sure.
Oh, nope, they get denied access as the spray comes through. Down they go. It's now Falcons down to a two-piece, Humam and Yusuf. I mean, we've seen a few good pushes come through from Yusuf in the past, you know, in the past days of gameplay. We've not yet seen all that much come through from Humam, so I'm not quite sure how this is going to bode for the side of the Falcons. But again, looking at the zone, I mean, this is going to be a very challenging one, whichever way it plays from here.
It's going to be interesting. I'm trying to put my map feed at the exact right time also to know what the hell's going on, because they're not synced properly. But that's fine. Brute Force, as you said, an aggressive team hit in a pinch, DK, and a little bit of a sticky pinch between Sly, also going to be having Vision, clearly scouting out everything, the Eye of Sauron of the lobby here, as Twisted Minds also going to send Rolkis a little bit forward there. Be careful, we know a few nades could be an issue, but I mean, if a team gets close enough to Brute Force, a nade or two, and you could spell absolute disaster for Brute Force, so not the safest position for the team to be in.
Yeah, and I mean, even if that was the last ditch in zone, I would not necessarily call it a last ditch effort, but you know, the team is definitely going to have to play for as many you know, advantageous angles that they can find here. But looking at Crash, I mean, they've had a really good day so far. I mean, the consistency has been there. They've been, you know, just bringing in the points. Actually, they are the highest earning team so far today, sitting on a grand total of 37 points. But will that now carry through moving into this game as Brute Force step into the action here with Twisted finding a bit of an opportunity on towards Rolkis. But damn now, I mean, this is a very tricky spot.
Right, from what I'm looking at on Twisted Mind's side, it doesn't seem like there's a game plan here. They're just like, oh, we're trying to survive as much as we can. But Brute Force, as you said, DK, a very aggressive team. They don't want to give it up to odds. They want to try and go for the fight. Already 2 down, 3 down. Now for Twisted Mind. And it's down to only Crypto, but he will not be enough to go up against Brute Force. They survive. They might get the res, and they might be able to make it into the next circle. Are they not? No, okay, it's going to be tough, actually. No, they don't live.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty hairy, very scary, and that is it. For luck, so the winners from here, the top 10 teams make it into the MEA Championship, and from there, the top team makes it into the PMWI. They get that direct invite. So yeah, it's for now, it's just playing for that share of the prize pool, and of course, the bragging rights as well as the top 10 slots. And now, KSA Legends trying to drive in a few more shots over on towards the side of NIGMA Galaxy. But I love how NIGMA Galaxy are just, you know, playing a little bit more reserved, right? Not as aggressive as we've seen over the, you know, the day yesterday, the last match especially.
Yeah.
But I like this, you know, this steady advance that they're looking to make here.
I mean, it's what I said when I joined, right? They cannot afford another bad game. Otherwise, that might just spell the end of hopefully, their race to make into PMWI. So they cannot afford another bad game. But playing reserved also has the issue, DK, you might not get as many elimination points. So we'll see if they can try and get a few more points here right now. Pushing onto KSA Legends. They confirm off that extra limb. I think they're up to 5 or 6. Nice DBS play from Legends, but it's only going to be one knock, no confirm. And Freak should be getting rezzed up, but they got to keep pushing in. They don't have enough time. They need to get rezzed up and instantly on the move, which means, DK, no scouting done.
Yeah, and that's also a very unfortunate play coming through there for the side of the KSA Legends. As we know, they are one of those teams, you know, in contention for the top 10, and, you know, kind of being put in the position where they just found themselves. That is not exactly the kind of play that you want to have if you are trying to close in on the top 10. But in the meanwhile, we look towards the northern side, up into Impala. It is going to be absolutely chaotic. We got the Gangsters, we got Quest, we got GEEKAY. We pick a name. Almost everyone is sat right here. And Quest now still going to be trying to play it from the elevation.
I truly believe RTG have the best position, because if you want to push their location, you're going to be in direct contact pretty much instantly. So they have vision outside of the compound. Well, there's not even a compound. It's a city. It's Impala. And you can also have some nice verticality in terms of your movement of where you can go in the city itself, which I do like. So currently RTG, if I had to predict a team, I would say RTG, but I'm not going to predict them because I don't want to curse the team and get blamed for it in the chat. As NIGMA Galaxy, we said it, no scouting done. They're going to just full send it and hope for the best.
Yeah, and that's a very risky play, especially looking at Vision, also just perched on high. I mean, they've got such a reach down into the edge, but somehow, miraculously, they are able to rotate in without getting spotted. Sure, there was a few shots fired, but none of that really made any important connections, right? Nothing to write home about. But this could be a beautiful setup coming through from Lord now. I mean, they've got that Mini 14 at the ready. You've got a nice backup on the M4 as well. And that could be the reach now into RTG.
Could be the case, man. Vision are just... They're just hating on everyone. Just... Poor brute force can't make it out the dip. If they just peek their head out the corner, they're just going to get their head blown right off. But looking good currently, though. The main issue being up there, he might be out of resources eventually, even though, as I say that, I just read he's got 113 ammo on that Mini 14. They're fine. They're fine, DK. They just keep spamming those bullets down on everyone.
Oh, I mean, like, Leif, they've had a few great opportunities, especially now looking at the shots they're sending over towards Santa. I mean... It's a little bit risky, but the good part is that, you know, the teams can't necessarily touch them up here, unless, of course, they move themselves into a vulnerable position. But this is a great angle also down to, you know, the Slime Machine and even Brute Force.
And the thing is also, R8 left that hilltop, so Vision are up there completely uncontested. Like, no one can go up there. If the circle has a very lucky shift in favor of Vision, I don't know who could deny it away. So currently, they put all the eggs in one basket, but that basket has... no, a pretty decent amount of chance to be in the circle, though Brute Force, luckily enough, still have that car. So they can just zoom across, maybe make it to the cliff side, or they're just going to go for the push onto Sly, which seems like it's going to be the game plan here, DK.
Ooh, this might be a bit of a bold move, but I mean, you got to risk it if you want that biscuit, so they're going to have to make the play. Oh, yeah. It's a 3v2 push, though, so this could still go in favor of the Broody Fruities, aka Brute Force. But let's see whether or not Steezy and Klozik. The Broody Fruities, like
Broody Fruities?
Yes, because someone said Brute Force before, but they misspelled it completely, and that's what I read, so I call them the Broody Fruities.
I love my... Okay, I take screw all the other teams. I want Broody Fruities to go to PMWI. No, the best team, best name. I love it.
Oh, I mean, so, like, Zakaria, they've also been, you know, just being so successful in a lot of their efforts here as the shots come in. That is going to be the knock now. That is Slime Machine getting signed, sealed, and shipped away. Down they go, 12th place.
I mean, you said it, DK, and they pretty much proven it instantly that they're an aggressive team, and I love it. I love that push. They knew they didn't have really too much wiggle room in this game, so they're just like, okay, we're going to full send onto Sly, and if we win that fight, we got a good foothold and transition point into the next circle, which I do absolutely love. Though Quest Esport, we said it, no one was really able to put up competition against Vision. Quest might be able to throw a spanner in the works here, DK, and if they can actually climb to the very top, they could be able to contest it away from Vision and all this information, but Ali from IKURD, he just wants to spell absolute spoilers and disaster for Quest. The moment they start going uphill, he's going to get involved, shoot in their backs, and get one, maybe two, if lucky, eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, but you got to give up to Quest though. They've been working so hard today. They've been on a mission, right, to just secure that pole spot on the leaderboard. But in the meanwhile, I mean, it's also going to come down to the defensive play now between the side here of GQ and the side of Crash. I mean, both teams, GQ, as we saw a little bit earlier on, right, they were just there on the edge, still not really confirmed up into the top 10, so they got to try and keep up as much of the situation. And there we go, Ali getting found, and that is going to be the end of the road for IKURD. Not a single point to their name.
Yeah, huge request, no backstab's going to be happening. Great nade initiation of Booty, gets onto Corker. But now you got to push back, Crash. You need to reverse this fight back to your favor. Kevin's going to be taken on down, but he's got the DBS. You know, anything can happen with the DBS. He gets one. The second's going to run around the corner. Can he be the clutch coming out from Crash Gaming? No, it cannot. Team GQ remain alive and will hopefully go for the res, but still shots being thrown their way.
Yeah, but you got to give that one to A Buddy. I mean, they tried so hard. I know it's A Booty, but, you know, it says A Buddy on the screen, so that's the name I go for at this point.
Booty.
Yeah, hey, buddy, stepping it up. You got Tofi though. I mean, that was
exactly
a phenomenal play.
Yeah,
yeah.
You know exactly what we're thinking about.
Yeah, but let's not indulge in that one all too much. In the meanwhile, I mean, R8, they still got a beautiful setup, right? They've got a nice controlling position up on towards the northeastern side. But I mean, it's the city finish, right? So, SK Ton, that was a little bit risky.
That's a patchy smoke road if I've ever seen one, GK. There's a few holes here and there. That's not... I wouldn't pay you for that. If I pay for that smoke road, I'd ask for reimbursement. Unfortunately, R8 going to have SK-Ton knocked away, but he does crawl his way to safety, so he can get rezzed up. Don't think I can say the same for Ragnarok. Time to activate your observation hacky right there to dodge those bullets, because you want to keep R8 alive as a four-man team if you want to win this game. The thing is here, TK, we said NIGMA need to get a good win. Currently, they are in a position where they could clearly fight for this chicken dinner, which would be huge for them to climb up in the rankings.
Yeah, but it's going to be a very sweaty spot to hold on to. As you can see, all the teams just concentrated in the surrounding area. But now, Galaga sends it out. And, well, that is going to be the end of the road as the Gangsters get picked up in 8th place. And, of course, Brute Force getting sent out, but at least locking in those 7 eliminations.
Exactly. If you know you're not going to have a tough transition, which was the case for Brute Force, just get as many bloody eliminations as you can. And then you're just going to, like, soften the blow somewhat on your overall rankings. Here, Vision, though, did have to go a little bit lower. The thing is, unfortunately, the circle did not go in their favors, but they still had cars available here, DK. That's absolutely huge to facilitate that transition, get into the city, and who knows, maybe also compete for that chicken dinner, because right now, 4 players alive. Not every single team can say the same thing here, DK, which that man advantage could really be a pain for all the teams around them.
Yeah, it definitely could. I mean, at this point, Max, you definitely want to try and play all the advantages you can find. And seeing that we've got only 3 teams left with full squads, it is going to be a very decisive play coming through on either side. But I'm going to be looking towards GEEKAY because I want to see how they're going to try and rotate in, especially as the zone is now shifted up and just tightening its hold onto that Impala position.
Yeah, GEEKAY, tomato, tomato. No, same old, same old. But right now, the off angle could be a bit of a pain for Vision. They need to be careful. Are they aware GEEKAY are in that spot on the west? I'm not 100% sure. I feel like from their high ground position, they should somewhat be aware team is over there. So I think they're just smoking the road, facilitate the transition. One player gets knocked, but that's fine. They will get the res. But RTG still, DK, in a position with their split that they had earlier where they got so much control. They got the most control on this circle currently where they could also compete for this win. Anyone can take it still, I have the impression. It's hard to predict who's going to get this win.
Yeah, I think it's all going to come down to how the teams are going to be utilizing these final few positions. Because, I mean, we've seen a zone similar to this in the league stage where it just pulled up onto this exact edge where we've got GEEKAY. And it was a very, very contentious play. But now, Hope, though, gets the hit in. That is going to be Rio found. And down they go. Kalaga trying to come through with a little bit of suppression here, but not finding the sprays just yet.
I wonder, with this fight happening, are teams like maybe R8, NIGMA, Galaxy going to be aiming to third party this fight? I really do wonder, because this could be a huge opportunity also for Vision. But because you would have to cross buildings, it would be risky. So I would maybe not advise you to do it, but it's something to keep in mind. A team could just go for the full send it. As right now, GEEKAY down to only Hope. Can they hold on to Hope a little bit longer? I'm not too sure, but he doesn't have a DBS, so there's no Hope alive, it seems. Not going to be an easy one. Hope going to be put low. He does get one knock. He's going to get the flush, or is he just trying to go for the first aid? He's going to go for the first aid. And if he plays his cards correctly, it could work out, but no, the nade from Vision! Oh, and that's the end of the road for GK, eliminated in 7th position. 6 teams still on the run.
Well, but that was a phenomenal nade coming through from the side there of Vision. But now we've hit the 9th stage, right? There's no zones. It's only blue, and it is going to be a very, very contentious play indeed. As we still have 2 teams left on a 4th piece. NIGMA holding on to 3, and this is the kind of odds we want to see pulling into this last stage right here on Miramar.
If anyone in the chat says Maxman curse NIGMA, again, when I join, they start doing well. Shut up. I am the blessing to NIGMA Galaxy, I'll tell you that much. Though we'll see if that fight's going to work out versus Vision, because it is not going to be an easy one here, DK. They do smoke their way over, even though there's no more threat on the west. They will try their best. Currently a 2-2 split, not the best way to take a full-on head fight here, I would say, DK. You might want to regroup to go for the push onto NIGMA. That nade could spell disaster if it connects onto Scythe, so you need to be careful. There's a lot of utility still remaining in the hands of NIGMA Galaxy.
Yeah, I mean, Scythe really needs to play it a little bit more safer on that point, as they do get found by Koops' nade, and this could be the open up at the molly. Ooh, I thought that one kind of backfired, but it doesn't seem to be the case just yet, and this could still be a very, very tough play. But if you want your team to win, you got to hit that like button. It does potentially, maybe, who knows, improve their performance. So if you're going to be rooting for either of these final 4 teams, well, get those buttons in. But in the meanwhile, up comes Ida with a little bit of that DBS action. Volt and the rest of Vision are going to try and blaze their way back into that center zone.
I'm hearing too much DBS madness here, DK. It's going to be a weird one. Nice defense on Kalaga. Gets one. Instantly flushes that elimination up to 7. He can't go for the res. You need to jump over. He's blocked. He's stuck. Oh, no, he made it through. I was a bit spooked there for a second, DK. But he made it over the wall. But I believe he just got picked up. And indeed, that is the end of the road for RTG. 3 teams now alive. And NIGMA still in the race here, DK, for their potential first chicken dinner of the day.
Oh.
10 limbs.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah, I mean, NIGMA picking up the momentum, and it is absolutely needed at this point. Vision gonna be down to 1, and down to none they go as the fight now turns to R8 and NIGMA to be that decisive play. Both teams now looking absolutely phenomenal, but the spray is there.
What was that? He was trying to get onto the rooftop position, but it's not going to go right to the end. R8 Esport will be the ones to wrap it up, secure that chicken dinner, and ask for a doggy bag because they're taking it home, baby. Let's go.
I mean, absolutely phenomenal performance coming through from R8. A very, very well-deserved, super sweaty winner with a chicken dinner. I mean, they did so with an absolutely phenomenal play, right? Closing it off then, coming through with that winner with a chicken dinner. 10 eliminations to accompany that. I mean, that is going to do absolutely phenomenal things for them with regards to the standings. That is also their first chicken dinner of the day. But, you know, NIGMA just stepping up with those 11 eliminations. I mean, they are trying to pick it back up, right? They want to secure themselves that position in the top 10, and they want to make sure that no one dethrones them.
I was not sure what the play was to get to the rooftop that late into the game. I feel like that was the mistake, DK. I don't know if you would agree on that, but I'm not sure what the idea was, because you're not going to get much with the smokes and the madness happening at the end. I don't think that would have given you too much of an advantage. I just feel like you need to full send it. If you have a DBS, get the DBS in your hands right now, because that is the weapon you want to use in those finishing moments when it's the final circle shift. But still a good attempt, and still I believe the best game from NIGMA.
Yeah, definitely a very, very amazing play coming through. But of course, on that amazing play, we are going to be taking a quick break while they calculate all the scores and make sure everything is looking in ship-shape form. But then meanwhile, stay tuned and we'll see you guys back in a short moment.
Very nice.
All right, and we're back, getting ready to move into the final stretch, right? We've got 2 more games left to go. It is going to be Sanhok and Erangel yet to make its way onto the battlefield here. But of course, we've got a few moments left on the clock until we are going to be hitting that game number 5. And I mean, Max, right? It has been an absolutely sweaty day from what we've been seeing so far. The team's just stepping up. I mean, Crash really performing exceptionally strong today, right? They've secured 40 points so far today. Vision also coming through with a phenomenal play. 36 points, but they followed then by R8 and Brute, sitting on 35 points apiece. So I love this contention coming through on the leaderboards.
I say sweaty, DK. I went to the gym today for an hour, plus I walked 3 hours all around the city, and it was like super hot outside. I was sweating real hard, but this is way sweatier than that, okay?
Yes.
I can tell you the level of sweatiness I've reached here are never seen before in humankind. And I mean, I was looking at the rankings before this. Is it okay to talk about the rankings, DK?
I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna show it just yet, but let me send you
Okay.
again, this was the okay, well, we've got let's look at the match rankings in the meanwhile, as we can see it now displayed on screen, and the one that I'm sending you is the one before this match, right? That just passed, but it is going to be a glorious play, though, as we saw R8 securing themselves an absolutely amazing winner chicken dinner. 20 points secured, 11 elims, though, coming through from NIGMA. I mean, that was fire, but Vision just keeping it on 2020, right? Hitting up those 8 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, really, I want to talk about NIGMA because this was clearly the team we have to focus on for this game, I'd say. If they do not get this game, DK, I think they're out of the race for PMWI, very clearly. And the fact that they were like, okay, we need to start playing hyper-aggressive, we need to start breaching, pushing teams, and doing these ballsy plays, which I would say sending it in the center of Impala the way they did was super, super risky. Luckily enough, it does work out, and they do make it later on into the game. They do get those extra eliminations. So, yeah, NIGMA, I was a little bit scared when the play was happening, but the fact it worked out, it was, I would say, a flip of a coin situation. It was a 50-50 chance. It worked out, and then the execution behind it was good. Of course, that play of trying to get to the rooftop was a bit weird to me, but regardless, they get second place, 11 eliminations on board, and a gap that can easily be closed in these 2 remaining matches, DK. The dream for NIGMA is still heavily relevant and alive.
Yeah, but I mean, what's also good is that, you know, this performance that they just brought in on Miramar that also moved them up a slot, right? So it does bode quite well for them. I mean, at this point, we know, you know, these slot movements, they're worth money, right? Aside from the potential top 10 slots for that MEA Championship, also moving up on the leaderboard at this point of the game awards you more play, right? A more bank coming through at the end of the day. I mean, one move, especially like we see the team situated a little bit further down the board, right? That jump from NIGMA, that one slot was worth $250, but we also then saw the exact same kind of play coming through from the players there of R8, right? They've also just been cooking up a storm here, and just based on their performance, right? That winner chicken dinner, that allowed them a 3-slot jump, right? That jump was worth just over $2,000. So, I mean, it's absolutely insane what all these slight little movements mean with regards to the share of the prize money, but also the potential of making it into the top 10.
Yeah, and it's insane to have seen this many amount of movements towards the end of the finals, right? Normally you see a lot of them on the first day, second day, like it starts to stabilize a bit towards the end, but we're still seeing a lot of them. And yes, guys, it's true, it is not the race to PMWI. It's my mistake, guys. I thought we win MEA Championship for a second. I'm seeing far in the future, but unfortunately, I was a little bit too far there. My observation hacky is just too damn advanced. But I mean, the thing is, right? I want to bring this point of speculation up. Like, I have no idea what's going to happen on this side. Is that there is going to be a host team that's going to be invited to PMWI, right? And in the past, there was Falcons. I'm thinking, how is the process going to work out this year? Maybe the process is the first place of Arabia is the host team because it's in Riyadh. Maybe that's something. So just keep it in mind that first place might be more valuable than you guys might initially think. So there you go. That's my two pennies of thoughts.
I mean, it's going to be exciting nonetheless, though, but you got to give it up, though. We did see Coops also taking 3 of those MVP slots, right? I mean, getting the most eliminations, the most damage, as well as, you know, those hits coming through with the utility. So, yeah, but I think it's going to be quite exciting to, as you said, you know, about the host city, whether or not we're going to have one of the teams from PMPL Arabia, you know, potentially getting that invite as part of the host country. So, there's going to be a lot to see once we eventually make it around to that BMWI position. But speaking about things to see, though, right? I mean, we are going to be heading over into Sanhok for the next game. We're about a minute out or so. So what would your prediction be coming into this last game? Do you think we are going to be seeing another potential NIGMA clutch coming through?
I need to think about that one. NIGMA, I feel like, are a strong team when it comes to, your Erangel and Miramar. At least that's the impression I've seen. Sanhok is a bit more random. So I would like to see NIGMA, of course, do well in this game. I think that's like a given. Do we want to see NIGMA keep on doing well here? Though I got to say, I've been impressed with Crash Gaming today. I don't know what you think about that one, DK, but Crash Gaming, I've really just tuned it up to 11 today in particular, and I feel like they had a good, decent Sanhok earlier. So I'm going to go with Crash Gaming as my prediction of a team that I'm hoping can do well in this one, because they're in 4th position. They can close that gap with 1st place. So I'm on the Crash Gaming hype train right now.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the opportunity. As we know, the previous team to pick up the winner chicken dinner today on Sanhok, of course, went straight over to the side there of Brute Force, doing so with a lovely, lovely 12 elimination winner chicken dinner. But on that queue, of course, we are going to be warming up that plane, right? So we are waiting to see where exactly that flight path is going to be going. But of course, Sanhok flight path doesn't really matter all too much. It is down to the zone. What do you want to see zone-wise, though, Max?
Oh, I want to see a horrible trifecta circle, but we had it earlier on Sanhok, so I don't think it's going to happen twice in a row. I want, even though I hate this circle, I want to see a quarry circle. I want to see teams truly tested and pushed to the limits in one, if not the single worst circle shift you could ask for on Sanhok, which is quarry, by far.
knowing the the caster power that you have.
Well, I have power on pressing teams, not circles. That would be Ocean Sharma or Imperium. But we know that Imperium, unfortunately, has relegated his powers to someone else. Who is that? I don't know. But
yeah, we're yet to find out. We are yet to find out. But meanwhile, we're also yet to find out what exactly that zone is going to be bringing on through. Gaith, though, sitting with a very healthy, decent dose of damage. I mean, 6,884. Absolutely insane. So let's see, the previous zone pulled a little bit closer towards that northwestern side. I think maybe more than teams would have wanted. But let's see what it is going to reveal this time around. We're also not really seeing any major hot drops. I mean, Vision, Brute Force, of course, they're getting right down to business with Lathe now getting shot at. And that could be a nice bit of a setup, especially for Brute Force.
I hate it. You have teams, sometimes they'll call themselves like Brute Force or the Eliminators, and they're like super passive. But I like Brute Force. They got the name, and they got the skills and the game plan to back it up, that they are brutality incarnate going into this. Looking for Vision already. They didn't get anyone, I believe, but there you go. Phase 1 circle pops on the northwestern side. There is still a chance at DK that goes to the mainland or southern western island, but northwest seems like a pretty steady gamble. As here you go, the Uber arrived. He's picked you up. That's a 5 out of 5 rating if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. Maybe they could get even more stars on that one. As, Jafar, I mean, so I've been joking about this, but this has also been true about Jafar, right? They're really good at hitting range hits from afar. I mean, because the name says it all. But every now and again, if you give them a DBS up close, they just start cooking, and I think they could even be on one of the Gordon Ramsay episodes based on how much they've been cooking. But speaking about that, Crypto, we've been waiting through the league stages to see Crypto step back out on the battlefield. Of course, I don't know if you remember that they hurt their hands, and they only joined us back again on the battlefield, moving into once we stepped into the finals. So it's good to see them being here yet again.
Yeah, it's good. Unfortunately, Crypto, I don't know what he was doing, but apparently he hurt his hands. So good to have him back on the battlegrounds, because we remember seeing like a few clutches of Crypto in the first, I think, 2 weeks of the league. So he definitely brought some heat to the table. Though here, dropping in Painan, no one's going to be contesting their location, and they are going to be looting up. I'm not too sure if we're currently playing on the newest patch with the Honey Badger, which I'm not going to lie, is a pretty fun. We are playing. Oh, there's a Honey Badger. Nice. Honey Badger, pretty fun weapon. Not better than an M4, but if you drop and you have it, then it's pretty good. Though it's a very funny weapon, DK, I don't know if you agree. It's like super short, but it packs a real punch. It's like
a Honey Badger.
Exactly like a Honey Badger. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fun weapon. I also like the sound of it, right? It just makes you just know when you hear it out, you go like, yep, that's the Bunny Hadger right there. Maybe I should play a little bit more cautiously. Yes.
The what?
Bunny Hadger.
Bunny Hadger?
Yes. I just swapped the letters around. Because I can. Why not?
You're doing alchemy. You're like mixing two completely unrelated animals together.
Yeah.
I Full Metal Alchemist. I don't want to remind people of that scene, but I feel like DK might call something similar here. So yeah.
We don't know. We don't know just
You don't
yet.
know that reference?
Nah, no. Sly, welcome to the chat. Yeah, we still have this match and one more to go. And that is going to be Spec, though. Just lighting up IKURD. I mean, of course, they got caught out in the drink. And now Aram has to try and kind of find that next play to make. Unknown, of course, also is still going to be holding up steady. But, I mean, NASR, they've just been such a force to be reckoned with.
Such a good spray onto Unknown too, and oh yeah, not much can really do. J7's got the off angle, and well, they can hide their body in the water for a bit, but you know that is not going to be allowing them to make it any further in this game. So there you go, that's going to be their third elimination confirmed very soon onto Unknown. And yeah, I mean, as you said, NASR already out for blood at the very start of this game, and they're holding currently a cross-section of this game from the southern western island to the northern western island. If any team are trying to make that cross happen, NASR could pick up easy eliminations along the way and also have a strong foothold in later circles. So they're already setting themselves up super early on in this game for success, I think is fair to say.
Well, let's see whether or not that is going to come to fruition. We can see our predictions coming through there as well. NASR, Brute Force, and GEEKAY. So that's an interesting call. I mean, especially looking at the current positionings that we have of those teams. I mean, Brute Force, of course, all the way up in towards Cow. So they are sometimes quite a force to be reckoned with, as we, of course, saw. But I want to see, especially what... I think my call is going to go for RH, right? Because they've just been the most consistent teams when it comes to Sanhok, especially looking at what they did in League. I mean, they secured 4 out of the 12 Sanhoks, right? They locked it in. They were just the team to beat when it came to Sanhok.
There you go, the fight's going to be happening though on the tippity top of the mountain on the northwestern island. KSA Legends fighting their way through. We'll have to see how GANGSTERS Esports can face up against this one. Good nades to initiate the fight. So Sama, those going to be traded back and forth. General going to be struggling. Hopefully we'll be able to get rezzed up in time. This fight is taking a hot minute to break up. But the thing is, I'm not seeing a lot of resources available. Currently Tier 1 helmet and vest here for smoke on KSA Legends. It's going to be a rough one. The resources aren't going to make the rounds for these two teams.
Yeah, let's see now who's gonna get it though. I mean, I love this play up into the temple. I mean, it's sometimes so challenging. I enjoy watching it in competitive. I don't like it whatsoever when I'm actually playing on Sanhok itself because I suck at this spot. But it is gonna be Boy to be found next, while Lead now just trying to hug onto the edge here as they are getting pushed. Smoker trying to stay true to their name, and there we go. The KSA Legends backing the GANGSTERS up, and off they go. I see a few questions coming through for regards to positioning on the leaderboard. I can tell you the top 10 has not changed. We did see a few movements coming in between the top 10, but that's it, right? Yeah. I don't want to give away more than that.
I want to spoil everything. In first place, is this team with this many points? No, okay, I won't. I'll keep the surprise factor up and relevant. But Twisted Minds, they're like, oh, we want to cross that bridge, but we know there's going to be some bridge goblins, some bridge trolls around the corner in NASR. And really, Xenox is a bit far, I'd say, right now from the bridge camp. So, like, if Twisted Minds just force their way through, they could also win it. So, NASR might want to try and regroup their forces a bit if they want to truly defend this bridge. But Twisted Minds, they're looking at it. They're waiting for the circle pop. And the moment it pops, they're going to make that decision. It goes heavily to the northwestern island. So, everyone's going to have to cross. GK, Twisted Minds, NIGMA Galaxy, IKURD, FALCONS, Sly, everyone going to have to make that cross. Can they make it happen in time, though?
I mean, there's one way that our viewers can definitely help their teams, you know, to perform, as we are 8 likes away from 100 and 3 subs away from 7,000. So we are almost there. I mean, we're making waves here today, especially with the team stepping up. That was a surprising nade on Tukalaga, though. I don't know how they were able to survive that. It was such a low count, but of course the knock does come through. It's going to be an S12K raining down the chaos, and Ever Alone now trying to pick up the last play on towards Groza. But you got to love these upsets coming through.
Whoa, he's going to try and dodge those bullets. Unfortunately, Falcon's Never Alone, not meant to be in this realm, and he's going to be picked away, far away from his teammates, so the res is not going to pull through. This is phase 2, so the blue damage can easily tank it, but you don't want to take too long on that res. I think he's dead. I think he's done. I think it's too late to get onto Rio. Or wait, is he going to... Oh, no, I want to see! Show me, is he going to get the res or not? Did he get it?
Well,
oh, he did. Oh, that was way too close. But Falcons are pushing it again. Okay, no break here.
Oh, but Groza could definitely still maybe pull a rabbit out of the hat here. As you can see, the sprays coming through. They do pick up the knock. It's going to be powerful now left to try and contend here. It's going to be a very, very risky play. But Groza trying to save Kalaga. Yeah, they got to maybe just let that one slide. But they still have Riva to bring in that backup. But the blue zone is swooping on through. Chuck Norris could do its thing. And down goes the Falcons.
Groza, what a play. Playing on top of that rock was really just enabling his team up for success. So great job from Team Falcons. Unfortunately, we knew that they were not going to go very far with their current position in the rankings earlier in the day. And this one's just sealing their fate. That the MEA Championship might just be a distant dream here for them, DK. So unfortunate for the Falcons not having the best finals of their life. But NIGMA Galaxy currently may be having the comeback of their life. As they're looking to cross, they're just trying to heal up. You know, when they're going for those meds right there, they want to go for an aggressive push. They're like, okay, we need to put all the meds up, get that bar up to the maximum, and go for the full-on push, which I think is going to be the very soon-to-go-for move of NIGMA. What are they doing? Why did he use that? Lord, why did you use that med if you're not going to push? I don't know. Okay.
I mean, they might have sensed that you know, Maxman is saying something about us, so let's maybe see if we can bring in an upset. Right, I mean...
I mentioned the team, they just stop medding, like, oh no, oh no.
Oh, man. But yeah, meanwhile, Aram, the last one left here for the side of IKURD. I mean, IKURD, I'm not quite sure whether or not... I mean, we did see them a little bit earlier, you know, still trying to close that gap to make it up into the top 10. Things looking pretty tough. I mean, Sly also one of the teams still contending, trying to, you know, make a move towards, you know, qualifying for the MEA Championship. But looking at the zone, it's going to be a pretty tough play, regardless of who you are at this point.
Yeah, tough transition, though. The fact that GEEKAY and Sly are kind of like cancelling out each other, they are the warehouses that are splitting up the team, but there might be a little bit of a backstab kind of situation over there. RTG, though, need to see them speed up their shift. They can't afford to be in the blue for too long. Brute Force also going to have Vision coming their way. So it's a bit of madness here, but oh, seemed like GQ are going to be looking in a pretty healthy position. Same for KSA, R8 too. So currently these are the big three teams in this position that's going to be hard to contest away. But I mean, there's still spots like NASR and Twisted Minds. This fight has not begun yet. There's just like a weird cold war between those two teams that really no one wants to initiate. But the moment one does, the war's going to unfold pretty much instantly.
Yeah, but maybe by some twist of fate. Right, they could still maybe make a safe rotation. I mean, they still have that entire southwestern island to play for, right? I mean, they could still just inch their way a little bit closer into Trifecta, but they are going to have to contest for the side of GQ and GK. So I'm not quite sure how viable that play could be. But meanwhile, I mean, Brute Force and Vision getting into a little bit of action all the way up north. I mean, they're still quite some distance from zone, but this could possibly be the end for Vision.
Could be the case here. I mean, Brute Force did this rotation ages ago, and Vision, unfortunately, were just not too aware that Brute Force were in that position. And here you go. That's one. Like fish in a barrel. Pretty easy elimination, and gonna be normally getting himself scythed too. I mean, he might just die from suffocation, which is not the best death, but you can deny point away from Brute Force. Beth, yeah, the Beth. I don't know. I had something. It's the past on my mouth. Okay, it's still there. But yeah, Brute Force will allow Scythe to make it out, but the blue zone right behind him, he can't speed up too much, so not looking too good for Vision right now.
Oh yeah, it's also not looking good for Santa, as Coops steals a bag of goodies. Down they go. I know it doesn't say Santa, but well, I know you figured this out ages ago, but either which way, I mean, GK is still in a bit of a position here where they could still possibly get that res up onto Santa and then maybe look to continue from there. But especially now with the addition of NIGMA moving through, it's going to be a challenging play though.
Yeah, come on, Satan right behind that wall. I mean, the res shouldn't be too hard to pull off because they're still in the circle, so they got time to spare. But NIGMA Galaxy, they're thinking, okay, we got that one knock onto Satan. This is a pivotal position for us to transition into the island. Do we just breach onto GK, or do we use that extra breathing space to maybe reposition to the west and cross through the water? Which I don't think that is the best solution. There's not many good solutions here, actually, DK. I don't know what you would do in that situation, but this is a tough one for NIGMA to pull. Aren't they just going to go for the breach? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Ooh, a very costly breach, though. As you can see, Groups, Rauf down, and that's going to leave them with Lord. But, yeah, I mean, okay, so let's be honest, right? Sanhok has not really been a NIGMA strong suit, right? It definitely wasn't the case in League. So far, it's been proving to be quite challenging, especially in the finals here. So yeah, I don't know what other options Lord really has. I mean, you could either go west into Aram, or you could go east over into GEEKAY. It's gonna be either or you could just risk it and push north and see how that one goes.
I mean, you can Lord as a solo snake your way through, but you still got to cross the river. I feel like we just witnessed the end of NIGMA Galaxy in this PMPL. For at least for the first place of PMPL Arabia, right? They're still making it into the championship, but further than that, not sure. It gets an extra elimination, you know, right there onto IKURD. So why the hell not, DK? Why the hell not? So that's an extra point, potentially a few placements if he can survive long enough. But yeah, I mean, first place out of the question here, it seems.
Yeah, I don't see it happening at this point, but you know, maybe Lord has some magic up their sleeve at some point. At least they have that one elimination, so they will have points. So it's not going to be that rough of a play for them. Meanwhile, it is going to be Quest, though, getting right down to business. They have found the side there of Crash, reducing them down to only one player. Well, that's all depending on whether or not that res is going to come through. But again, such a difficult play. And, I mean, these teams, the zone, it's next level tough.
Next level tough.
Yes, beautiful English.
I fully agree. It is indeed next level tough right now, DK. But right now, NASR's got that circle Riz, as I like to call it. They're just rizzed out of their mind with that great southern-western position, great high ground, great compound to play from. And even if the circle moves away from them, they can transition a little bit easier than some of the teams that are just so closely packed to one another, DK. I think it's fair to say that transition's going to be rough. So, don't know what to see as RTG trying to make that cross happen. GEEKAY also going to try and cross over that riverside. So two teams are currently in the hot seat, GEEKAY and RTG. Can they survive longer in this game, or is this going to be the end of the road?
Yeah, we don't know quite just yet, but it's interesting to see the bridge trolls getting trolled as well as the shots continue to fly up in their direction. I like what Sly also are trying to set up at this point, but Quest, oh, you got to watch out, Alhanje. A crash like that in this kind of lobby, especially looking at where they are, I mean, that could be a very, very costly play to come through, but it does seem like they are at least able to secure that foothold within the zone. But look at Attacker now stepping up, just, you know, getting that machine to work.
Yeah, Attacker living up to his name here. Nicely done to get into the compound. Clearing every single corner. Can't be too safe here, DK. As Sly, here you go now. Everyone's going to be making it to the same position as Attacker. The circle did move away, so there's going to be an extra timer factor added to this fight that you cannot take too long. Otherwise, that circle shift might be the death of you. Satan going to try and run his way in, but unfortunately, he's going to take that blue zone damage, and he is out of there. That's it for GEEKAY. 19 now remain, down to single digits, as Crypto, slowly but surely, popping the hell off in this game.
Ooh, well, you gotta love all the action coming through on this one, and of course, we've now hit that 5th phase point, right? So if you guys in the chat want to give your predictions as to who do you think is going to be taking the dub, let us know. I'm curious to find out, because at this point, I have no idea. I mean, we can see so many contentious positions still being had, especially over on towards the east and the north of zone. But look at this, though. Sly getting sent away, and GQ now having a great opportunity to inch their way, or maybe just play a little bit more on the hard cover, but it does look like they're taking aim on towards Twisted. And that is also, I think, going to be a little bit of a challenging angle to hold.
Yeah, I feel like Twisted Minds just stole the car away from GEEKAY. That's huge. That could just allow them to get quick access to some points of interest later on in the game. Getting his head blown right off, apparently, and not too sure if Quest can really do much about that one. So it seems like they're going to be living the final moments in this game. Look at KSA Legends here, just absolutely lasering down teams down below and just picking up as many limbs as they can. I think Fajita knows he's not going to survive this. Just go out to the blue zone. Don't give any points away. It is too close to the finish line to give 3 points.
Yep. Yep. Well, I mean, that is going to be the end of Quest. 2 elims under their belts, having to settle for that 7th place. At least they do get placement points to accompany those elims. But now, I mean, looking at Prestige, they are going to be accompanied by potential Molly if Smoker has their way. And that is going to be not kind of the way that I think R8 want to get sent out of this game. But fortunately, they do have one more player aside from Prestige. But that Molly is on point. And there goes the spray. Hassan doing the job. But now the pressure is boiling over onto the final player. Ragnarok is down. Esketon, this is a very tough position.
I'm scared with NASR also how they've been splitting themselves thinly in this game, though KSA Legends, here you go. 14 eliminations, DK, for KSA. What are you on about? Absolute nonsense, but I'm loving it. KSA Legends bringing the heat here towards the end of these PMPL Arabia Finals. Though they've got to slowly get ready to move because this circle was not going to be great for them. They need to defend their position because the competition is going to get closer and closer towards their spot. So they need to defend it right here, right now.
Yeah, and of course now Raucus also has to try and defend a bit of a spot in that zone, as we did see them now being reduced down to 1. You got to say though, I mean, KSA, you pointed out the 14 eliminations, right? They are just cooking up an absolute storm at this point. I mean, I'm not quite sure what they had for breakfast, but I really want to know what they had because maybe I should get me some of that.
Eggs and sausage, DK. That's the breakfast of a true champion. And a bit of chicken on the side, of course. It would have to be. Ooh. Tries to defend it with the DBS, but it's just not meant to be. But they lured into a trap, a bloody trap of KSA Legends as they just backstab this entire spot and get themselves some extra limbs. So good to see, good to see. And here you go, they're pushing their way up. KSA Legends, not too sure if they can actually defend it. Because currently it depends on the circle, I would say, DK. If it goes south, it's for NASR. If it goes north, it's for KSA Legends. With Crash Gaming Kevin potentially trying to play spoilers here.
Yeah, I mean, it could either go uphill or downhill from here, right? The zone is going to be the deciding factor at this point. Curious to see what Kevin is going to bring through, as we do have Xenox and Spec now just pushing up on them. But I love this Overwatch coming through from Osama. Again, I mean, just holding onto this region. There's so many vantage points to try and play from. And, I mean, it's tough. It's tough, but it's also super exciting at the same time. I love Batika also now trying to reach across that ridge. The information you can see is definitely being shared amongst the KSA Legends.
Yeah, I like it. They're keeping some players as a lookout, as you said, with Osama on the high ground, and some players on the low ground ready to get dirty, ready to get into that work to hopefully pick up some eliminations here and there. Also got the car. I like that play, actually, because if the circle pushes him away, he can just drive his car, not take any full damage. That's huge. That's big. As Xenox going to suffer a little bit of damage ready. But Kevin's still just on the western side, and no one has a clue he's there. But if you count the teams, the players still alive, you know there's at least 2 teams alive. So a solo could ruin it for some of these guys.
Yeah, but this is a setup, though. I mean, 4v1. This is going to be an absolute bloodfest coming through. Kevin now trying to make that run, trying to get ahead of the Blue Juice. Batika and Osama could find them pretty soon. Yep, they've been heard. Batika now trying to do the due diligence here. They have to come inspect. Oh, Kevin, though. Wow.
What? Kevin's, that's huge. That helps NASR so much.
Yeah.
They can just take full control now. I mean, they're still getting pushed away by these 2 hyper-aggressive players of KSA. Seem to be very careful. Here you go. Osama sends it down. Absolute tumble, but gets almost instantly picked up. Kevin, another one of the KSA Legends. Maybe able to steal this game away. He's ready to backstab everyone.
Oh, I mean, this is just upset upon upset coming through here, but that is going to be the end of the road for Kevin. And now it's down to the final 2 teams to have it decided. Hassan, 1v4 play that we have coming through here. I think it's pretty much safe to say at this point that NASR have a really strong chance at taking that winner chicken dinner, but it is going to be Spec now to be found. Down they go. 15 elims up for the KSA Legends, but that is going to be the end. As Hassam goes down, it is going to be NASR walking away victorious with that winner chicken dinner to boot.
Oh, loving it from NASR. I mean, that control at the end, when they instantly saw Kevin get that opening knock, they're like, oh, this is redemption time. This is a time we push, we get control in this game and steal that high ground position and the win away from the competition. What a plan. But especially, I would say, MVP of the game here, GK, it's Kevin. Absolute Giga Chat energy right there.
Yeah, a big Giga Chat play coming through there from Kevin. I mean, that was an upset that we haven't seen in a while. I mean, sure we did see. I think back on day number 1 there was a bit of an upset on Erangel where we had Easy and Coops both just big chilling out there on Erangel. Bring in a little bit of an upset. I mean, you did have Easy just chilling in center zone, parked in a vehicle, just waiting till the end. But, with Kevin now just showing that confidence, stepping out, getting the trades. I mean, that hit onto Osama, that was such a decisive play to come through for them.
Yeah, really. There's so many good executions here on a map that I feel like it's tough to play compared to your typical Miramar and Erangel. So I'm really impressed with the overall level of play over on Sanhok. And you can see, look at the caster, his hand was shaking. I mean, you can't see it. I was seeing it on my clean feed, but the hands were shaking right there because the action's been real sweaty towards the end. And it's down to the final game here, DK, to know which one singular team will become the champions of Arabia. And who knows, maybe they'll have some repercussion on PMWI. We don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just speculating. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think the more important thing at this point is going to be as to whether or not they're going to be showing the overall standings, right? Because
Yeah.
There's been things that happened, but of course, before we get into anything, we need to take a look at those rankings, or not the rankings, the match rankings for this game. It's going to be a 13 and 15 Elam game. I mean, talk about aggression. That is 28 players, right? That is a third of the lobby getting taken down by just these two teams.
Absolutely massive. And the main issue, right, I'm going to spoil the past, which is a bit weird to say, but before this game, Quest Esport were in first place, DK. And having so many teams that were close to their position overtake it, really, it's impossible to just predict now which team is going to be in first place because Quest were not able to hold and create an even bigger lead in first place. Any one of the, I would say, top 5 to 6, top 6 teams could still make into that top position at the end of this following match. So we'll have to see towards the bottom. Unfortunately, a few upsets for some of these teams. NIGMA not able to get the river cross they were hoping for. It was a bit tough for them. But Twisted Minds, I would have to say, though, DK, put on a way bigger and better fight than I initially expected, seeing everything they had to go through. So impressed with Twisted Minds and what they were able to achieve here.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely phenomenal play, and I mean that's like we were waiting for Twisted Minds to step it up. As we've already pointed out, Twisted Minds they've qualified through the Saudi E League up into the PMWI, but I mean it's still good to see them representing out on the battlefield. I mean, yeah, sure they might not be having the most phenomenal run, but they're still trying to keep themselves up to the expectation, at least to some extent. I mean, this is a tough lobby, right? Let's be honest about that. I mean, these teams, they're no joke to play against, right? If either you or I were to step out on this battlefield, I think, well, I know that I would fall while I'm still in the lobby, right? While we're still on Spawn Island.
Yeah, I would fall off my chair, literally, in real life. I would get knocked by DBS and be so scared I would fall off my chair. But yeah, it is a really tough lobby. I mean, it's PMPL, right? These are pros that we're dealing with, so... I've been playing a lot more PUBG Mobile recently, and I can tell you that I suck compared to these guys. But right now, that's you can see this finishing moments. I love it. Spec, despite getting knocked away, they're like, okay, we need to push as a 3-man team. The moment they knew it wasn't a DBS they were up against, I think also that gave them a bit of confidence. Like, okay, it's not a DBS, it's just a regular gun. It should be easy. This should be in the bag. And indeed, it was at the end.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, just looking at the pure aggression coming through there from the side of KSA Legends, I mean, 2,400 damage, right? That's the equivalent of 24 eliminations, right? That's a heavy hand that they found. But NASR also doing quite a bit of, or dealing rather quite a bit of carnage out on the battlefield there. But the conversion rate, I think, was really consistent, right? 13 eliminations out of 1,800 damage. I mean, that's good, right? There wasn't a lot of wastage going in their direction.
Yeah, no wastage. Yeah, that's for sure what's happening there. But I love what KSA were doing here. Playing the high ground position was really good. If Kevin was not there, I feel like KSA Legends maybe get that win. Because I liked how they had that split of players on the high ground, players on the low ground, doing the dirty work. Love to see that happening. As Hassan from KSA Legends, I mean, he was at 6 the last time I saw him in the game. And then he racked up an extra one. So Hassan really being the pro scout of this game, which you love to see.
Yeah, and of course, the figures, they speak for themselves, and just looking at the performance coming through from the KSA Legends, it was a big carry, especially coming through from Hassan. I mean, doing so much work there, but it's good to see everyone bringing in their contribution. I mean, even Osama, even though they might not have had the craziest run with regard to damage, they were still being pretty consistent, you know, adding that elimination on the board.
Yeah, I do love Batika's hair though. I wish I had that much hair, DK.
Yeah, me too. I mean,
it's too much hair. Give us some, please.
yeah, I mean, like, so the viewers obviously can't see you, but you know, we're sitting with the same situation, right? All we can do is sit in awe.
Let's call it a situation, yeah.
Yes.
Let's call it a
I mean,
situation.
but even Sandstorm has the same situation. Some looks kind of the same, right? I mean, I think
Sandstorm is his fault. It's his fault. Okay, he's always pulling his hair back with whatever the hell he's doing back there. So I blame him for his own endeavor.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is, I guess. At the end of the day, of course, they are showing. I'm not quite sure what this graphic is that they're showing here. I think it's the average. Yeah, just the average.
Erangel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're looking at Erangel stats before going into the last game. It is Erangel we're going into, right?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, okay, these are probably average, which huge for NIGMA Galaxy, but unfortunately with that previous game, I mean, you can't back it up anymore with a strong Erangel game because it's not going to be enough unless they kill, like, eliminate. Unless they eliminate half of the lobby, DK, it's just not going to happen. And Quest, no, it's good to have Quest up there. NASR too. Like, I'm looking at Quest and NASR, especially with these strong stats heading into an Erangel game. Yeah. I'm looking at these two teams to potentially take it all and maybe be crowned the champions of Arabia in spring 2023.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned before, you know, Quest, they were at some point they were sitting at the top of the leaderboard, and you know, it's contentious, and this is what I like about what we are seeing come through in the Arabia Finals, right? I mean, there's no apparent victor just yet. The teams, they played a certain way in league. Coming into the finals, they just look to bring in a completely different approach to the games here, and I mean, at some point earlier today, when we had played 14 games, right, we have had 11 different winners across the board, right? So that just speaks to the capabilities of these teams. Things are, it is just so close, so contentious, and I think, you know, you can be proud of any team looking at their performance that they've brought through in the finals because it's been insane. They've been playing like goats and... Well, I kind of just imagine goats playing PUBG. That would be quite funny, though. But either which way, you know, it was pretty phenomenal so far.
I mean, I've been casting, well, not casting. I was analyst for the entirety of PMPL Europe. And I can tell you there's a way bigger skill disparity in terms of, like, the lower teams and higher place teams compared to, like, what you've seen in Arabia. I feel like it's a lot more homogenous around the board, which is great for a region. That really goes to show that the region is strong. The teams are improving at a steady, similar pace throughout all the teams. Of course, teams at the bottom maybe want to improve a little bit more, but at the end of the day, I think everyone is bringing absolute heat to the lobby. I'm seeing some of the casters and analysts right now on the board doing prayers, apparently, which goes to express once again how close it is between all these guys at the end.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just, you know, that just adds to the excitement because we've got one more game, right? Everything is going to be decided on that final match. I mean, I can tell you the situation between 10th and 11th place. There's only 9 points currently separating those two spots, right? That is it. So, yeah, the spots, yes. Because it's spots and slots, so it's splots altogether, right? Whatever.
Oh.
Yeah, I just made it up on the spot, but either which way, it does check out, right? Yes, I made it up on the spot, 100% correct. But I mean, even looking at the leaderboard, right, it is still so contentious. Sure, there is a little bit of a gap. You know, between 12th and 11th place, there's a 12-point difference on that position. But still, the fight for 10th, it is still there. The top 10 contention is going to come through, and it's literally going to come down to this very last match to have that be decided.
Yeah, I'm looking at right now the rankings. Okay, I'm not going to say who it's there or not. Okay, the point difference between 10th and 11th is 9 points, which in one game, DK, that's very easily obtainable. So currently, top 10 not yet locked in, and even the first place, the difference between first and second place is only 3 points right now, DK. Yep. That is nothing. That's like not even a team squad wipe. So we might see different teams in the top 10, we might see different teams in the top 5, and we might especially see a different team in the top 1 at the end of this game heading into Erangel. It's now or never for all these teams to make a mark on the region.
Well, I mean, it's going to be tough with a slightly northern flight path to come through. I'm thinking maybe we could have a bit of an upset with regards to that first initial zone. I'm looking like down towards the Gatka Quarry kind of area, or maybe towards Stalba Yasnaya. I think either of those two positions could definitely milk the last little bit of juice out of these players. And I don't know. It's all going to come down to how the teams are going to be playing this position. I just want a super hella exciting game to come in.
We'll have to see. I mean, the playing path, not the best for some of these teams, pretty northern shifts, but we'll see if the phase one. So if we have like a Quarry or Primorsk finish on a circle, on a playing path like this, not going to be too fun for these teams to wrap it up, but Vision going to go to their typical northern eastern split towards Stolberg, Kameshki, etc. IKURD towards Lipovka. So far, not really seeing anything. I mean, we could see some hot drops. Maybe teams trying to play spoilers, trying to ruin a team that's close, very closely into the top 10. But though the phase one circle pops to GK, and it is greatly in favor of that plane path. So not going to be the worst, but it could have been drastic if it went south.
Yeah, I mean, I also seen quite a bit of support coming through for NASR in the chat there. We got Butism also coming through saying, "Let's go NASA, Spec baby!" Well, we got Spec somewhere. I mean, they're definitely not with Stotch. Okay, they're with Xenox, and already there's Easy from Twisted Minds up close. But here we go, the first blood. It is going to be Al-Hajj taking down Boy.
And that's important. Quest getting that one elimination. That's massive. That could be the difference maker at the end of the day. So yeah, Gangsters are not too gangster feeling right now, just giving away 3 points over to Quest, and they're already out in the car, out and about, and not sure where they're going to move to. Potentially just their normal, typical loot location, because that is not a good loot location where they were. But 1 point already this early on. Ooh, they're going to have that momentum built up. I know you like that word, DK, momentum. It's there.
Yeah, but I mean, Quest, they're on a mission, right? That's just kind of what they do.
They're on the quest.
Yes. I mean, I didn't want to make it as... I didn't want to make it that obvious. That's why I said a mission, right? Because the mission and a quest is kind of the same thing, just spelled slightly differently.
Look, DK, our job as casters is to make really bad, like, word amalgamations and like, jokes. Okay, that's our job. We're paid to do that. I mean, you are, I'm not. But you get the point. The quick little replay though. Shotgun 8. You know what? Sometimes a shotgun as the first loot up, it's going to be the best to get, because just one shot, don't take that risk. So good from Al-Hajj, the boy. I love Al-Hajj over the years. I've just loved... I've learned to enjoy and love his gameplay. So I stan him real hard.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm right there with you. Al-Hajj is definitely, you know, absolutely phenomenal player. And I mean, they've like, Al-Hajj was also one of the MVPs coming through League, right? So they've earned a lot of respect from not only the viewers, but also, you know, the players out on the battlefield, because I'm pretty sure there's very mutual feelings and, you know, mutual respect going amongst the players. Or at least I would hope so. I mean, I think it is, right? I actually have no way of knowing, but in my mind, it checks out. But you know what also checks out, right? So, like, I asked the viewers yesterday. So I'm going to ask you today, because no one got it yesterday, so I'll ask you, maybe you get it today, right? Do you remember that chiropractor joke I told?
No.
I told it, it was probably about a week back.
I don't. I probably wasn't watching then.
Yeah, so you just missed it.
What?
Okay, let me...
Wait, okay. Let's go. Wait, do it again. Yeah.
Okay, so do you remember the chiropractor joke I told?
No.
I told it about a week back.
A week back? Ah, okay, a week back. Okay. I got it now. I got it. I was not ready because you were streaming a week back, and that's why I just okay. Good, a good one. You know what? You got me. Good job. Though Quest on a quest, because that's the level of my jokes, are gonna be on the move, trying to just get in a decent position. I mean, they're moving away from this from the point of interest right now, but they're just trying to run their way around, maybe pick up a bit of loot. I think they're looking for another car mainly before really trying to gun for a strong spot. But otherwise, Rozhok under the control of GK. As it looks, I'm looking at their team picture here, GK. It looks like the player in the front's got a broken arm and he's got like a thing to protect it. I don't know. It's maybe just me. I don't know.
It's a, you know, it's a sleeve, you know. So, you know, they're showing that they are packing some surprises. Right. That's I think that's what the idea is. Whether that's true or not, I don't really know, but whatever, we'll go with it because it makes absolutely no sense. You know, it checks out somewhere. But either which way, like, I gotta say this Erangel is quite peaceful.
Yeah.
You know, there's not
pretty
that much.
I mean, there's a lot of pressure. You know, there's a lot at stake right now. Spots into the championship to hopefully maybe make into PMWI if you do well there. Spot for the first place also, which is a pretty big disparity in prize pool. Like, there's a lot on the back of this game. Though, DK, I want to say congratulations for reaching 7K subscribers. I just refreshed, and you're there apparently. I don't know if you saw it earlier, but you are in fact at 7K. GG, clap, clap.
Yes,
I want a bunch of PogChamps. Oh no, we're not on Twitch. A bunch of, what's the equivalent of PogChamp for YouTube? A bunch of DK GigaChads in the chat.
There we go. Yeah, but I mean, so that is all thanks to the amazing viewers that have been, you know, supporting the entire PMPL Arabia. That's been happening, you know, throughout the past 4 weeks. So big thank you going out to everyone that has joined in on the action, joined in on the fun. I do appreciate the living heck out of all of you. You're my heroes. If you didn't know that, now you do. But yeah, I mean, we've also hit, we're almost at 110 likes. So, you know, these viewers, Max, I gotta say, they are just legends.
I just liked, so we're at 110. It looked, I'm the 110th like. Look at me. I'm so special. But GG well play. My man, absolutely wrecking the YouTube algorithm. Though NIGMA Galaxy are going to try and initiate their own rotation, leave in Pachinki, which means that, as we know, DK, when you looted Pachinki, you're looted as heck. So you're going to have everything in your arsenal to win these fights you're going to take in the future. But still, that Sanhok game, DK, I mean, you might get a top 3 position, but more than that, I doubt it. I really do.
But you got to say, I mean, like, NIGMA, they've packed everything aside from the kitchen sink, right? And, I mean, it's going to be difficult. At least they got the pan to make up for, you know, not having the sink there with them. But now I want to see what this rotation is going to bring, right? Where are they going to go? Because, I mean, center zone, you've got that lovely bowl just on the western side of that open field. I'm thinking maybe something around that area. And also, looking at this bridge, it's going to be Twisted and Sly with 13, just, you know, big chillin', sipping on some blue juice, trying to relay the information across to the rest of the team.
Ooh, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. He's going to know very soon, DK. in a very bad way. He's not even going to bite for it. He's going to give that confidence boost over to Twisted Minds, and maybe you're going to have the entire team send it. He wants to bait the entire team. He's just feeding info. Oh no! Right in the... Whoa! Oh, Boo's going to get knocked for a second. He's going to get knocked. He's going to get the band. Oh no! Sly! That is not how you do things. The DBS not powerful enough. You don't see that happen often, but now Sly Machine lost one. And they got to rethink, do we want to bridge camp this one? And Twisted Mind's got to think, do we want to cross this bridge? They're not too sure. What just happened? Oh no.
Oh, I mean, you just gotta wait for all this insanity to come through. I mean, it's always a whole bag full of surprises making its way on in. Fortunately, still being only the second phase blue is not going to be that devastating onto the side of Twisted, so they actually still have an opportunity to, you know, rotate properly up in towards the zone. I think in the meanwhile, Sly, they just want to get the heck out of Dodge, try and attack her, waiting for a quick little bit of a pick up there. I mean, already having a bit of a taste in their mouth, right, with 13 getting taken out.
Not fun though. You're going to have a little bit of a closer view of the map. Brute Force in a really good spot, but if it shifts south, then you're going to have a tough transition around Yasnaya, like Yasnaya Lake, you could call it, or Yasnaya City itself if it does go to the more eastern edge in the south. So not an easy one though. NASR trying to smoke up Spec. They want to keep that player alive, especially on how strong he was last game here, DK. So that smoke road is big, but that one nade, that could be the end of Spec. Ooh, puts him down to a 3rd HP.
Yeah, well, as we know, Butism not going to be happy with that, as the confirmation is in. That is powerful, sealing their fate. And, I mean, it's still now up to the rest of NASA to see if they want to contest against this position, because, I mean, it is still going to be a race for a pole position. There's going to be a race for every single position available on the board here, and the teams can make it all happen in these last few moments. But Falcons now want to do the most. I mean, they've definitely been trying, right? And it's been a tough run for the Falcons, but maybe they can still have a glorious finish.
maybe they could try and avoid being in last place at the end of the day. That's not a glorious position to be in, though. NASR, nice little angle here, but J7 was just not meant to be. He's going to be instantly getting himself picked up. Falcons, though, looking for a pretty good opening here. 3 knocks, 2 of those being actually confirmed into elims, and now it's just going to be our boy Xenox against the world, against Falcons, though. Going to have himself that PP Bison, just going to use a lot of those bullets, a lot of that ammo here. Going to have to reload, and he's up against the DBS. Ooh. This is not looking too good, and now the backup is present. Xenox, 1v4. Can he get the clutch? Jumps out the window, wants nothing to do with this. Gets one knock, be sniped from the fields. And that's it. NASR are the first team to fall, and unfortunately, it seems that GK maybe not able to hold on to that first place.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very, very scary play coming through on this one. I mean, that was a glorious play though for the Falcons. They were trailing by about 6 points, right from the team situated just above them on the leaderboard. So this is looking good. Falcons could definitely look to bring in that play to jump a little bit further on forward. Meanwhile, Twisted now just joining us as they have regained their position from out that blue. You can see Smoker also now just rolling away as they've also taken quite a bit of a beating. I mean, this blue zone is no one's friend. Chuck Norris is definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Man, there's so much tension that just got built by NASR going out right now. I'm looking at Quest. Like, Quest has so much to do this game. Like, not only Quest, there's quite a few other teams that can compete for that first place. But right now, Quest are on the hot heat. The opportunity is there. The fact that NASR got eliminated this early on, the top 3 are in absolute shambles here, DK. We'll have to see, though. Quest, that naded up right into the shed, absolutely threads the needle. As R8 looking at their 3rd elimination this game. Quest couldn't allow themselves to die, DK! They could not die right now, but they already lost 2 players, and they're getting chased down.
Oh, come on. I mean, I love that consistency coming through from SK-Ton. Unfortunately, it's not yet converted into any elimination. But look at Ragnarok just chasing up on Kante, bringing in a little bit of that GTA PUBG as we have the action all over the place. Oh, man. I mean, this could maybe be that break for Kante and, you know, Fadan now to get themselves secured. I mean, Kante already within the zone, yet to see the rest of Quest. The other half of Quest now join them back in the safety of that safe area. But again, I mean, KSA Legends not yet on the same kind of rampage that we saw in the previous matches. I mean, still sitting on that bubble, but the opportunity is still available.
You have no idea here, DK, how much I want to talk about the overall rankings. There's so much at stake. It is so insane how tense and close the top of the rankings currently are, with now Quest losing so many players, and especially those eliminations go to R8. Because, okay, I'm going to spoil you a small thing. R8, before this game, were in 4th position. And they were easily in a position to compete for 1st place. The fact they eliminate a top contender and get eliminations off the back of that is huge. R8 might be able to bring a huge upset to the top 3 and bring the trophy home. But they need to get some points in here. NIGMA Galaxy lost 2, maybe a 3rd. That's it for Coops. And NIGMA also seeming to reach the end of the road.
Well, I mean, it is absolutely tough, but well played to Crypto and Koro. I mean, Crypto already sitting with those 3 eliminations up. Quest getting punched out in 15th, and that is going to be Twist now taking down NIGMA. The upsets happening all over the place. 2 of the big players now getting stopped in their tracks.
Sorry, I feel like I'm fanboying right all the time. A team gets eliminated, but it's insane how cool this last game actually is. There's so much pressure on all these teams remaining. There's so much opportunity available for these guys to make history in the Arabic region. So GK, Gaith is going to be picked away, knocked out, no res is going to come to fruition. GANGSTERS might be just ruining the opportunity for this team. And you can see even the desk on the Arabic broadcast are split, DK. You got NASR, GEEKAY, Slide, NIGMA, Quest, but some of those are already dead. So who knows who's going to take this final chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, it's still at this point anyone's game to take, and I think the desk also just, you know, trying to cast a wide net. You know, it could be this team, it could be that team, who knows, it's going to go either which way. But I think at the end of the day, it's all going to come down to how the teams are able to deal with what the zone is throwing at them. We still have quite a few teams positioned out on towards the northern edge, still on these outlying regions, so there's going to be a lot of rotating yet to come on through. But it's all going to be down to, oh, just capitalizing. What? Hey, buddy!
Don't touch my homie. I'll roll you over. Oh, good one from Crash Gaming here, living up to the name once again. KSA Legends like, okay, well, you know, the madness around Stolber, which is rare to say, DK, has now dwindled. So they can start to get onto the move to RA Esport up against GEEKAY, and here you go. More eliminations. Go to R8 DK. Like, this is looking so good for them right now.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a great opportunity, especially now coming through. I mean, it's just upset upon upset upon upset. I mean, we've got R8 sitting on 5, Twisted on 5, Crash sitting on 4, and now they're taking aim onto the side of Twisted as well, with A-Buddy securing that hit on towards Dami. But again, right, a little bit of that repayment getting sent across as Jafar and A-Buddy now brought to their knees. The confirmation has been secured. Twisted trying to lock it in, but I love this momentum coming through from Twisted, really picking it up in the last game, trying to make the best out of the situation. And here we go now. It is going to be the KSA Legends looking to push on through. We did have a little bit of a freeze happening over on the side there of Max. That's why he went all mute. But here we go. KSA Legends going to try and put the side of the Crash Gaming squad on mute as Kevin goes down. And now, where will it take them next? Of course, Crash Gaming still going to be trying to pick up the last bit of play. Down to 1 piece. KSA Legends holding on to 3. Very risky play. I mean, Brute Force, I love the setup coming in just ahead of them. And this could be a great opportunity now for Brute Force to capitalize. Oh, the sprays come in. Down goes Osama. Was Batika trying to defend now, keeping the team on their feet. Hassan has also taken a bucket load of damage. Oh, but Neos, we've seen what Neos can do, especially if you give them a few boulders to try and bounce over. The hits are in, the utilities are flying. Batika now trying to keep it up. The DBS comes in clutch. And that is going to be the end of the road. KSA Legends getting sent out in 11th place with only 1 elimination to their name. Max, are you here? Are you still frozen? I'll take the freeze as a no bueno, at least for the time being. Crash getting taken out in 10th as well. 5 elims up. There we go. There we have it. Well, let's see what's going to come through in this final few pushes. Of course, the zone yet to be decided. Looking to see where it will go, what it will bring. Twisted looking absolutely phenomenal. Sitting with those 7 elims, still the full squad. But they are going to be knocking on the door here for Sly. We've got Saif, Mon holding on the front line. Volt, Laith just holding that extra bit of cover. But are we going to see that opening come through now? Easy, Dami hoping for a bit of an opportunity. And like Dami actually sneaking up alongside the edge. Where will it go? Ooh, the third party plays from Brute Force. Laith has been found. So Volt not exactly quite in the clear on this one. But here we go. The zone is going to be closing up. Twisted, they have to make a play. They have to get themselves situated. R8 now going to be coming right up to Brute Force. Knocking on the door, looking for a bit of an opportunity, bit of a play. It is going to be Ida now trying to just get away, but the spray is there. Zakaria not getting ready to rush. Prestige on the defensive. We're going to come down to these last few plays. Yeah, Maxman is strongly frozen, 100%. As you can see, he is going to be restarting the Wi-Fi on the opposite end. So let's see if they make it up in time, though. Oh, Dami gets found by Mon. Saif securing that beautiful, devastating hit. But of course, Crypto gets that repayment in. Now, there's still a bit of an opportunity here, but ideally we want to see Twisted make the play for Zone. As you can see, just up ahead of them, there's still a bit of an opportunity, right? The Zone not exactly packed, as there's quite a bit of vacancy, especially towards the northern side. But there we go, Prepod and the rest of the Brute Force squad keeping the angles up onto the side of R8. Oh, Leif finds the hit onto Easy, though. Crypto gonna be super cautious. A lot of pressure now on their shoulder. I mean, Twisted, they've just been stepping up so phenomenally already with those 7 eliminations. And that is going to be the cue for Crypto to dip out as they head right on down. Oh, but you got to watch out. Laith still in position. Cause a little bit of damage here. Could this be a safe escape? Oh. Crypto very narrowly making it. At least to the wall. The Sly. Oh, getting spotted as Groza reaches in. Crypto just evading the flames. And a big save coming through from the opposite side there. RTG, love these upsets. This could still be a great opportunity. Yep, Crypto does secure that nade finish. It is going to be Klozik to get taken right on down. We've got about 34 seconds left until that blue zone has closed up completely. And now as we enter the final 28 seconds, things are definitely counting down. Crypto absolutely relentless, trying to see if they can maybe find a bit of that play. We still have Max now joining us back again. Max, let me test your audio. Are you there, good sir?
I am there, I am there. The action is too good, my internet crash. It's just how good the quality of this game actually is here, DK, it seems.
Yeah.
I thought it crashed for another second there. But no, it's working. It's all working fine here, DK. But the circle's about to shift once more. Who is going to be in favor? Is it going to be the teams in the city or the northern teams? And it seems like the northern teams, especially Brute Force and RA Esports, are in for an absolute runner of a game. Especially RA. This could be the game that allows everything for them to happen.
Yeah, and it's going to be an absolutely essential play, but I like these angles being held. I mean, Brute Force not too closely grouped up, still trying to cover as much of the terrain as they can, but it's going to be a pretty tough play, especially now for Vision, because they've got one or two choices, right? Either move straight forward or dip down the hill. If they dip down the hill, that opens them up to that Gaznaya play, and now Korka actually getting a little bit of aggression shown towards him. Crypto still managing to survive, and now they are slowly just disassembling the side of Sly attackers, the Sly Machine.
Our Sly Machine, unfortunately, need to oil things up because things are not working as planned. Perfect. Gonna try and get that res, but are RTG gonna allow it? They shouldn't. They really shouldn't here, DK. They need to push it up. They need to get those extra 2 limbs. It would be pivotal for them to get those 2 extra points and extra placement points off the back of it, of course, but they gave them time. Attacker's back on board. He's going to go for the first aid. So this is going to be a hard duo to take down right now.
Yeah, it is going to be hard, but I mean, it is the finals, right? It is the last game. Game number 18. Ooh, Vision now trying to get themselves situated. Vault has been found. And this is going to be a very tough spot, especially looking at the position coming through from Vision. They are so grouped up. This could be a glorious play, not only for the side of Brute Force, but also potentially for GQ, who we see rotating up right behind them.
Brute Force, this game, if they get a good performance, they could push themselves up in top 3, especially if they get all those eliminations. But Sly want to steal them away with his sneaky M16 and 4X scope. He's going to have full visibility on what the hell's going on. Team GQ, get involved. Evo Station, last man standing. But Brute Force setting up absolute domination on the northern side. Like, this split is absolutely massive, but it only works out because they're just so damn aggressive, DK. They got so many eliminations already, up to 4, and looking for more.
Oh, make it 5 as they stay alive and they find the hits. It's going to be Evo Station to fall, and with that, it is going to be GQ getting punched out in 7th place. 3 elims on the board, though. We still have Lath now trying to hold on for the side there of Vision, just hugging the edge of the western side. Eastern side, down they go. It's going to be Sly Attacker to seal their fate. Falcons also holding on to the edge here. And I mean, it's so much contention just building up all over the place.
This fight is still not over here. RTG, Sly, still looking for the fight. Trying to get the one-tap DBS jump shot. Unfortunately, that window's a bit too small to allow all the bullets to pass through. So he's not going to get the impact he was looking for. But look, Zakaria on that high ground is so bloody good. He's keeping tabs onto Falcons and RA, feeding that information to the rest of their team so they can split efficiently without taking any risks. This is such a good game from Brute Force. I'm simping for it. It's that good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not exactly going to be simping because, well, yeah, whatever. But we'll see how it goes. Brute Force looking pretty dang confident at this point. I mean, this is also an interesting play still coming through from the side of RTG. I mean, Kalaga, I just want to see that push. I want to see what Attack and Steezy are going to be doing here, of course. They are going to be setting up the utilities, trying to keep RTG at bay. But at some point, they have to move. There's only so much time left, and then that blue zone is going to force their hand.
Still they're looking for the fight. He's got a DBS too. The fox is in the hen. The hen house? The hen? I'm not sure. But the saying goes in a specific way that I forgot. But
you got it.
I mean, they're not sure. They're not sure. Do they want to push it? They don't want to push it. They want to start rotating. I would say you want to push it. You want to clear your backs before trying to move further into the circle. So RTG, Sly, one team needs to take the fight and win it. and then you can start thinking about a top 3 podium finish. Here you go, the fight's going to happen once again. The smoke's making that DPS so less impactful. There you go, he's going to be looking for one, gets the trade-off. Kalaga's going to be the one to get taken out instantly. Sly, can they get the 2-piece? Groza trying to run back to safety, but right now he's just going to be losing some time away from Sly. Sly need to go for the push. They need to chase down that one limb.
Yeah, and they got to push it real good if they want to get it secured, but in the meanwhile, R8 still looking quite hopeful here with Escaton just hiding on the edge of zone. I love this. Ooh, coming through from the side of Falcons as they do close it up. And now we are down to our final 3 teams. It is Sly, it is Brute Force, and of course the Falcons just winging it over on the western end.
Yeah, Brute Force, if they can win this game, that could be massive on their position. Perfect, going to be picked away. Attacker extremely low also, will try and potentially heal up or go for the res. Not too sure what the game plan is, but Brute Force, as always, GK, hyper aggressive, taking control, giving no breathing space to teams around them, and making sure Falcons and Sly cannot move into the circle. This is a fight for second place, not for first place, because this one is in the bag for Brute Force.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the numbers advantage, they've got the spread throughout this entire zone. And now it's going to boil down to how Sly and the Falcons are going to be looking to pick this one up, right? How are they going to play into this position as the Falcons now get spotted? Zakaria does find the angle, but look at this, the Falcons, the Fangles now taking the play onto the side of Sly. As Steezy gets confirmed, and it's down to Attacker left to make the final show.
Yeah, when the Falcons got the angles, they become the Fangles. That's how it goes. But
Exactimo.
Yeah, c'est ça, oui. Going for the res go on their side, you're going to need every single player remaining if you want to try and even just put on a fight against Brute Force. But look, they still have the high ground position being played by one of their players. Just to keep tabs, it's going to be Zakaria, as always, taking a shot. Nice spray down from Team Falcons, I have to say. But they're going to get pushed up soon. The resources dwindling. This is the last first aid. Youssef cannot take any more damage. Otherwise, he's pretty much done and dusted. Their car's in no working condition. GK, you have to do it by foot. And these smokes might make it a bit easier, but is it really going to make it that much easier? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I'm also not 100% convinced of it either. But, you know, Brute Force, they've got that zonal dominance. They got the positioning, they've got the numbers, they've got the ammo, they've got everything counting in their favor. I mean, heck, they've even got the eliminations, right? Falcons, they've also been doing quite a bit of work. We can see them also holding on to 8 elims, but I'm not quite sure how this one is going to play out. As they do, however, find the angle onto Prepod. Oh, but Powerful will get stopped in their tracks as Zakaria sends the vehicle up in flames. And now it's down to Yusuf and Humam.
Yeah, that car was already up in flames from the moment they started driving it away. That was not going to work out. Human, next one to fall. And he's only got 10 more bullets on that DP, so he's going to be a little bit out of resources, but it doesn't matter. It's just a slow solo of Sly Machine remaining alive. Attacker trying to go for the double. It does not work out. And here you have it. Brute Force here to close off the final chicken dinner of PMPL Arabia Spring 2023.
Oh, absolutely amazing day coming through for Brute Force. That, of course, being their second chicken of the day. I mean, they've been on an absolute rampage, right? They've secured 3 chicken dinners in the finals. They got 10 chicken dinners in the league stage. So that puts them on a grand total of 13 winner-winner chicken dinners. Absolutely insane to see that come through from one team.
Extremely strong ratios here towards the end. And I said it, there was a chance with a strong performance they could push themselves up in top 3 DK. Did it actually happen? I'm not too sure. But Chicken Dinner and the amount of eliminations they had this game is definitely going to help them reach that point in the overall standings. So we'll have to wait and see. But what a strong performance from so many teams. And really, we had so many favorites we were looking at in this tournament towards the top that I'm glad to see Brute Force, I would say a newer name, in the region here in 2023, just doing so well in these finals.
I mean, it was a phenomenal day. I mean, Brute Force coming through with 41 eliminations for the day, 22 placement points, putting them on a grand total of 63 points secured in the finals. I mean, that's a pretty strong, sorry, very strong performance coming through from the side there of Brute Force. And I mean, like, I love all these upsets that we've got, right? I mean, we had NIGMA being a fan favorite as they were performing exceptionally well coming through the league stage. But moving into the finals, I mean, it's tough, right? Because everyone decides, you know what, this is going to be the opportunity for us to prove ourselves, to step up and bring in these upsets. And we've seen quite a few rising stars now coming through just in these past 3 days.
Exactly, which is always fun to see. And this is just the start of 2023. After that, we're going to have, of course, the championship, PMWI, then the entirety of the full season, PMGC after that. There's so much extra time for these guys to just keep expanding their potential and become even better. But man, an absolute mental game to wrap up the Arabia season here for spring 2023. And now we're getting close to the time to decide here, DK, which 10 teams will move on to MEA and who, of course, will be crowned the champions of Arabia.
Well, I mean, as we can see, we are taking a look at the lower end of that leaderboard, right? So we have
already?
the top 10. Yeah, closing it up there. It is going to be Vision Esports secured into the top 10 with 145 points to their name. KSA Legends just missing out on the opportunity on that one. But I mean, it was a very, very close play. 14-point difference between 10th and 11th. And I mean, as we look a little bit further down the board, still hella contentious. And this is what I said, right? You got to love moving into the finals and the points are this close.
Yeah, it is pretty close, and I've seen teams like sometimes be 100 points behind when they're towards the bottom. So, full respect still to GANGSTERS, Team FALCONS, IKURD, Twisted Minds, Sly, and KSA Legends for trying their best towards the very end. Unfortunate for Twisted Minds, as we know, already qualified through the E-Leagues into PMWI. Not their best showing, so on a month and a half, we need to see big improvements from Twisted Minds for them to be ready for the PMWI stage.
Yeah, and of course, you know, they're gonna have to do a little bit of preparation. I mean, as we know, we're not gonna be seeing them at least playing in the MEA Championship. So whatever other opportunities they have to work on those stats to make sure that they can come through as the strongest possible team they can be, it's gonna take a bit of work, but I'm pretty sure they'll be able to pull it off.
Yeah, definitely for sure. I mean, they've got the team that can bring it back if needed. They definitely got some truly experienced players on their side. So, no, they pick themselves back up. That's fine. But GQ and Vision Esports will be indeed the first two teams that we see making it into the MEA Championship. Top 10 teams, as a reminder, for Arabia do make it, and top 6 teams from Africa. So GQ and Vision Esports will be those two teams to make it first, which I got to say, Vision Esport, I love their understanding of the map and how they rotate instantly to get control of such pivotal positions. We saw it especially in that Miramar towards Impala earlier today, right, DK? So Vision Esport, I got to say, has potential when it comes to that macro gameplay. So no, don't overlook them too much in the MEA Championship. I feel like this could be a big surprise of a team that could upset a lot of the top squads.
I mean, Vision, they came in with quite a bang of a performance, right? Right out of the gate, moving into the finals. I mean, in the first match, well, the first, I think it was on the first day or the second day. I think it was the first day. They came in with 26 points just in the first two games. 26 eliminations, rather, in just the first two matches. So, Vision, definitely a team to watch. And, oh, we inch a little bit further up the board as well now.
Let's go. Finally, we're going to see more teams here reaching the MEA Championship. We're going to add to that, of course, RTG Esports, NIGMA Galaxy, Crash Gaming, RA Esport, and GK Esport. Congratulations to these extra teams joining the ranks of MEA Championship. But I feel like a lot of people, especially with how their league stage went for NIGMA Galaxy, I wouldn't call it maybe disappointed, but subpar compared to their initial performance in the league stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the kind of performance that we were expecting to see from NIGMA. I mean, there was a little glimmer of hope coming through in the last match of yesterday, as I said before, right? That 17 elimination winner chicken dinner. So, you know, we had this discussion on stream as to maybe this could be that return of NIGMA, right? Really just bringing in that upset. But unfortunately, as we could see for the remainder of today, that wasn't necessarily the case. I mean, for today, NIGMA only secured themselves 23 points, but it is enough to have them up in the top 10. So we know without a doubt that they are going to be moving forward. But a big congratulations, though, has to go out to the side of NASR, picking up 191 points, taking the pole position. And, of course, with that 3 winner chicken that is too, you know, like it was just absolutely insane coming through from the side of NASR.
Absolutely mental. Looking at those average limbs, 5 average limbs throughout the entirety of the finals right there. Absolute strong showcase of what this team could do. With a lot of players coming in from the NA region, of course, they were trying to make a statement. And really with Coops and what NASR have been able to do and just dominating in a region that I feel like is stronger as a whole than North America, being able to do this much of an impact in the finals is absolutely mind-boggling to me, DK. So strong performance from NASR. Congratulations to them for becoming the champions of Arabia. And who knows, maybe a cheeky spot into PMWI. We don't know, of course, but it could be the case.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could be the case. There's only going to be one way to find out, right? We'll have to wait until we reach that point. I'm sure we could be looking at a few more things. We could have the MVP and all that such coming up as well. But before a lot of our viewers start dipping out, of course, just want to take the opportunity to thank everyone for being here. You guys are absolutely legends. I mean, without you, we wouldn't have been able to hit 7,000 subscribers. So thank you so much for all your contributions and all the support that you've been showing for the duration of PMPL Arabia. Thanks to everyone that has liked the stream so far. And of course, well, we're going to be hanging around to see what the final few graphics are that they are going to be showing. We could potentially be taking a look and to see who our MVP is going to be. And I mean, I've been seeing a few predictions in the chat here, Max, as to who the MVP could be. But I'm not quite sure exactly who will be taking that prize.
I'm pretty sure, because don't forget, MVP is not just for the finals, okay? It takes the entirety of the tournament. My prediction is on Coops. I feel like you would be a crazy man for not picking Coops right now with how his league stage went, because those stats add up pretty damn quickly. So Coops is my prediction.
Yeah, I mean, we also did see, looking at the MVP, like, the kind of race that they had, especially moving through the league stage. I got to say, Lord also came quite close. At some points, we did see Lord coming scary close to that play. But I think it's all going to come down to, as you said, right, it could potentially be Goops that is going to be taking that prize, but we're going to have to wait until we have the official announcement being shown on the screen as to who that will be. But I got to say, though, I'm very satisfied with the absolute insane sheer amount of aggression and action that these teams have been bringing through into PMPL Arabia. And I think now having the top 10 teams from here meet up with the top 6 teams coming through from PMPL Africa into that MEA Championship, it is going to be an absolute sweat fest, right? To see who's going to be taking that spot. I mean, it's going to be like I'm gonna bring a towel into my office because I think I'm definitely going to need it, even though it's winter.
No, that's a fair statement, a fair assessment to make, I'd say. But the thing is, I feel like, especially last year, a lot of people might look at the Africa region and say, oh, Arabia's going to win pretty easily. And Arabia's looking really strong, maybe even stronger than before. Though, don't forget, Africa's got some pretty big names that have joined them since fall of last year, and especially with now the first place team, Triple Esports. You got your IC, you got your old boys. Like, the team is looking stacked over there. So I can tell you, Africa could also win it. So Arabia, things aren't going to be as nice and shiny for them, right? Their path to success is going to be a rough one indeed. So any of the two regions could really take it. But right now, Arabia still looking strong as ever. So we'll see if they can take the trophy in MEA and make their way to PMWI.
Yeah, I mean, there's only going to be one way, right? They have to step out on the battlefield together to see who that is going to be. But of course, it is going to be time for the MVP award, and it is going to go straight to Coops with 150 eliminations, 30,000 damage being dealt. I mean, that is absolutely insane to see.
I mean, we knew it was going to happen, so I'm not really too shocked here, GK. I mean, this guy's just been absolutely clutching it from the start right to the very end, even though not the best finals from NIGMA Galaxy. Coops was still bringing the heat here and there, and it was enough to secure the MVP position, which really, he came for the very first time outside of the NA region here and just dominating the way he has right out of the gates with this incredibly gifted, talented roster of NIGMA Galaxy is nothing short of impressive. So, Coops, full congratulations all around the board for his performance, for his MVP award, and I cannot wait to see how he's going to perform in the following championship.
Oh, I mean, I think that is going to be quite exciting, right? Because as you've said already, there's, we've got a few strong players coming in from the Arabia side. We've got, also coming through from the Africa side. So there's going to be quite a bit of a fight, quite a bit of contention to see what these teams will do once they all meet up. But, I mean, for Coops, this is just such a phenomenal performance that we've had across the board. I mean, a strong representation coming through from that league stage, carrying it over, moving up into the finals as well. And, I mean, it's just so good to see a lot of that skill now being brought to different regions because, it kind of forces the rest of the region to step up their gameplay because if they don't, they're going to fall behind.
Exactly. I mean, hopefully you can have some more scrims and stuff like that happening so you can try things out and find a recipe for success before heading into that. So, yeah, I mean, I said I'm happy with all the teams and what the players have been able to bring to the table. So good times, and also well played to you, DK, for covering this entire tournament. A lot of the time solo, which is not an easy thing to do. So a lot of love and support for your boy DK here, guys, bringing you the English stream. He's done some absolutely insane stuff.
Yeah, it's my first time solo casting an entire PMPL, so you know what, it was fun. I had an amazing time, but I had some really amazing viewers to join along on the ride. Of course, thank you to you as well, Max. It was always great to have you, you know, step out onto the casting desk as well. So yeah, there was a lot of fun to be had. But of course, on that one, I think we are going to be, you know, slowly closing it up. I see they do have a interview with one of the NASR players. I'm not quite sure if that is in English. We could maybe try and listen in if anything's going to happen. Let's take a quick look.
It's English.
Is it English? All right, so let's.
Now, as we have solved, the last game went terrible for us. Honestly, we did not even think we could have won that. So yeah, I'm very surprised and very happy, and also I'm kind of upset about last game. But hey, we won.
ردته انه هم يعني كانوا متفاجئين او كانوا حزينين انه هم خسروا المباراه الاخيره ما قدروا يطلعوا بنتيجه بس يعني كانوا حاسين انهم خسروا خلاص لكن بالنهايه طلعوا بالنتيجه اللي هم بده اياها الفرق الثانيه يتم اقصائها بس يعني مشاعرهم بالسما. Sorry, I was just translating for the stream there. Sorry, I do apologize, but I do wanted to ask what was happening in the team communication? Like, what were you guys saying to each other the second you got eliminated in 16th place? Was there any conversation? Was anyone saying anything at that moment, or was it just silence?
Everybody just went silent. But until we saw that some other teams began dying that are also in the competition, it kind of changed up.
Okay, and when did you realize that you had won? At which moment in time? Because on the broadcast we kind of calculated it to be 11 elims plus a chicken dinner for R8 after Quest was eliminated. But at what point did you think, oh my god, we won, we got the title?
When the scores finally came out. We're not even sure.
You weren't even sure when the teams were eliminated.
Yes, because Quest are only like 3 or 4 points behind us. Yeah.
Okay, and I'm assuming like at that point everyone was just waiting for the results on the edge of your seats.
I'm literally zooming in on the sports channel waiting for the score to come out. Alright,
just give me 1 second to kind of inform inform everyone at home and everyone watching. شباب كنا بس عم نسألهم باختصار انه ايش هل كانوا عم بيحكوا مع بعض بعد ما تم اقصاء الفريق كأول فريق انه خلص هم اخذوا مركز 16 اخذوا التوسون ما كان حدا عم بيحكي والكل كان عم بيستنى الكل كان عم بينتظر نتيجة المباراة. سألته طب اللحظة اللي عرفتوا فيها انكم فزتوا البطولة، ايش كانت اللحظة هاي؟ برضه حكى لي كانوا عم بيستنوا النتيجة تطلع قدامهم على الشاشة، او انه حدا مثلا من فريق البرودكشن يحكي لهم انه هم فازوا بالبطولة، فهم كانوا على اعصابهم من بداية البطولة او من بداية المباراة لاخرها. لكن ماو، هل في عندك اي سؤال حابب تسأله لستار؟ تفضل.
اكيد بداية مبارك له، ثانيا يعني المنافسة ممكن وصلت، مين كانوا الفرق اللي تحس انه راح يتنافسون معاهم لنهاية البطولة في الفاينل؟
اوكي.
غير الاسماء اللي ممكن تنافسهم معاهم من كان كويست والجي كي.
First of all, Mao says congratulations on getting first place, and he has a question for you. His question is, who were the teams that you were looking out for in this tournament? Like, who were the teams that you were kind of watching with a close eye that you think were going to compete with you for the title?
Honestly, we entered the finals with no objective in our mind. Our only goal is to play our best and nothing to regret on our part. But honestly, we were looking at Quest after day 2 with their astonishing performance.
Yeah, they were exceptionally close to you guys. And like even here on the broadcast, we were on the edge of our seats, and I think even the seats were flying at that point. Just when we saw, oh my God, NASR are out. Wait, Quest are out. Hold on a second, R8 is out. Who won? We were all very, very confused. We were also waiting for the results. But you know, once again, congratulations. And at this point, I want to give you a chance. Is there something that you would like to say to the fans? Something that you'd like to say to everyone at home watching and supporting NASR Esports?
Well, first of all, thank you very much to our fans from across the world, especially back to our home region NA. Thank you very much for the support. And we would never be able to be at such a spot without your support. And also, I have to be really thankful to our org who funded everything, sponsored us, even made this stream a reality, got us to play, and even our sponsors, everyone was very helpful to help us succeed. And we paid off that by winning.
All right, once again, congratulations, Star, and thank you very much for joining us for a brief interview. And I mean, we'll see you in PMPL MEA, won't we? We'll see what you guys can do, and if you guys can make it another tournament in your name, who knows? You guys are quite a deadly force, so hopefully we'll see you guys there. Thank you very much, Star. You have a lovely day, and
Thank you very much.
enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you.
All right, so there we go. There we have it. It's a beautiful interview going through with Sarge. But yeah, Max, I mean, it's good to see. It's good to see them still being so humble. I mean, even after everything that they just accomplished, I mean, a phenomenal victory coming through, a very, very strong performance. I mean, also quite aggressive. 91 eliminations secured. I mean, that is not easy in a lobby like this. But you got to give it up to NASR. Still an absolutely amazing, amazing team.
I feel like you have to be humble when it was such a small point disparity between the first and second place. So like, maybe you want to flex a few days later, but right now I think you just want to be like, okay, celebrate a bit. You won the entirety of the finals and the whole event. So I mean, great from NASR, as you said, so many eliminations on board. I mean, really a team that's going to play passive with this new point system is not going to be able to make a strong mark on the lobby. It's not going to stand out. But the teams that have been able to adapt the best, like your Brute Force in particular, I'm looking at them that have been looking really, really good. When it comes to that aggressive gameplay, will be able to have that huge impact and hopefully become champions in the future. But right now, NASR are the one to lift up that trophy high in the sky and to also come in as potential favorites into the MEA Championship, because they brought absolute heat to the battlegrounds, which you love to see.
Yeah, they brought it through by the bucket loads, and we gotta love it. So yeah, as they mentioned, the next stop is gonna be the MEA Championship. So really looking forward to seeing what all these teams are gonna be doing and who's gonna be the one to get that PMWI slot. Of course, the MEA Championship starts on the 14th, so be sure to keep your eyes out for the broadcast. So it's not that far away. It's a week and a little bit, maybe 2 weeks to go. But until the next one, guys, I want to take this opportunity again to thank everyone. You guys are absolute legends. Big shout out to the teams as well for phenomenal PUBG Mobile action. And on that one, we're going to end it here. Shout out to you, Max, as well. But until the next one, guys, stay fresh, stay frosty, and we'll see you all later. Bye now.